Oh, if I were to win,
Do what?
it said if I were to win a Grail War, I would take all the cars off the river.
I mean, that's kind of what
Hey.
Annis wants.
All right. So suddenly, I'm just gonna side with Annis.
Honestly, like I love technology, but I'm also starting to side with Annis.
It really just cars in particular.
I don't think Aiden really cares for cars either.
Mm.
Phones, I'm pretty
He's
cool
his own car.
for the most part.
He moves really fast.
I mean, there would be some internet
Computers are
withdrawals.
fine.
There would be some internet withdrawals and like mobile game withdrawals at first, but I would get over it.
But just
I mean, moving at full speed, Aiden can cover 100 feet in like 6 seconds. So you don't actually need a car. You're right.
You know what? Okay, so let's get rid of car and then just bring in a bunch of centaurs.
I mean, that's a wish. That's a wish.
I wish for centaurs.
Hey!
Wait
yeah.
a minute. Where's the centaur? Now I don't have to be doing the Grail War. Whee!
You did it. But yeah, we've been running since you started on your wish, so cool.
That's what I figured.
Yeah, I mean, that's about how it goes. But yeah, everybody, we are back. We're doing episode 42, so what more appropriate time to learn about life, the universe, and everything, according to Waver Velvet. Was not planned, but it worked out. If anyone is listening in for the first time after the giant recap video I just posted, welcome. It's going to go a lot slower now. Because you absolutely got about a year's worth of game in under an hour. So now we're going to move along at our more normal speed. Sorry about that. If you are wondering, and this just happens to be your first random episode, I did a recap of episodes 1 to 41 recently. It's right before this one in the playlist on YouTube where you're presumably listening to this. So by all means, get caught up on that. It doesn't cover every detail because that's what the rest of the episodes are for, but it's a good catching up point. It's a good reminder of where we're at, and I'm probably going to do one of those every January, you know, assuming the game continues on for years and years, because it was helpful for me as well. So, yeah, given that was a recap, I don't have too much to recap here, but last time you went to the classroom at Clock Tower for Modern Magecraft, where you sat in on a lesson from none other than Lord El-Melloi II or Waver Velvet, depending on where you know him from. And he talked a little bit about a few different topics. He showed that, hey, look, mana's drained from the world. That's bad. He talked about how the modern world has certain new opportunities for mages that are compatible with it, which is nice, alluding to a mage who apparently can use electricity as a source of spellcasting. That's pretty cool. I think you've met her. Past that, you've got a bit of a lesson from him on the importance of networking with other mages, because that turns out this is a bit more of a networking event, which is why there are so many people here. You got to meet Gray and Luvia from Actual Type Moon as well. And after a little bit of awkward interaction with Gray and a lot of literal horse antics, he's cleared the classroom of all the other students. Gray has closed the door, set up a bounded field via it so that you don't have anyone listening in. And he has now called you out on being phantasmal species, because he's apparently pegged all of you but Johnny as phantasmal species. And Johnny is an American, so you know what? Still party foul.
Americans are a phantasmal species.
Didn't you know?
In ways, to some extent. But yeah, so all that went down last time. I think that's about the high-level summary. Did I forget anything that's noteworthy?
I believe the last thing that happened was Annis just kind of took off her wig because the jig was up.
Yes. Yep.
We found out that there was a second survivor.
Yeah, we
Oh, that's
found
true.
out about...
You did get confirmation that the Third Grail War has a survivor, and it is Luvia's grandmother, whom Annis has worked on before. And by worked on, I mean literally gave potions so that she'd stay alive.
Yeah.
You also know that her grandmother has been coordinating a new thing, so that's cool. So there you go. You're in a classroom. I'm going to zoom in for the home audience because we don't need this giant room anymore. Aw, look at Waver all bitter.
Silly Will, you can't zoom into the classroom yet. It's 2005.
Whoa! You can absolutely zoom into the classroom in 2005. It just doesn't work. It involves a car and a lot of collateral damage.
Oh, no. I mean, you're not wrong.
There you have it. So yeah, he's called you out, and at this point, is everyone else still disguised up? Are you still pretending to be a horse?
Still pretending. Well, he knows that he's not a horse, but he's not taking off his horse hood because he's not gonna let him see his face like that.
Okay.
Penelope's gonna keep her disguise on for the moment, but she was trying to walk up to talk, and now she's just like backing up, like whoa.
Yep. Vivi is kind of looking on at this, and like she sort of tilts her head, like she's trying to decide if she's gonna throw some BS in his direction. But then Annis takes off the wig and goes, "Right, right, okay." So, like, how long have you known that? Oh, it's been a while. I had my suspicions. Like, truth be told, I'm kind of guessing on that one. Gestures to Penelope. You could have probably gotten away with it, except for the fact that, well, you introduced yourself as her sister.
Damn it.
So what brings you to my classroom? Why are you really here? Why are you risking everything in the mage world to come to my classroom and listen into a lecture on, well, modern magecraft, when presumably you're not actually here to take my course?
Annis is going to look over at Penelope and... I know.
But also, yes,
I know. Well, before we tell you that, I do have a question. How did you actually figure out that we're not all human? I mean, obviously the horse is not human.
That did actually make me wonder a bit, it's true.
And the bird also is not human. How did you figure it out, though? I'm curious. Most people don't see through our disguises so easily.
Well, I have to admit, they're very good disguises. I simply had a number of opportunities as you repeatedly got up closer to me to notice the small details. I eventually realized you were wearing a wig, and then, well, your proximity to Hither Sack's coat, and you're obviously not a horse.
Nay.
Somewhat gave me a bit of a hint there. In fact, the only one of you I'm not entirely sure about, he looks over at Johnny. Are you a horse? No, I'm not a horse.
She totally
Tiefling,
is.
got it. Wait, how did you get that out of... You're wearing a hat. Is that unusual? It is in Clock Tower. Huh.
I want a hat.
Mint, what's her face? Wearing a hat? Well, she was outdoors.
Yeah.
She was outside.
That's fair.
Meanwhile, across the room, Gray's like pulling her hood a little closer.
Is it just me, or is the map up for you all and I don't have it, or?
I can share it again if you don't have it.
Yeah.
Here
I
you
just
go.
pulled it up from the images folder.
Oh wait, I can do that where?
Shoot, I'm trying to remember what was Aiden's name in the clock tower. More. That's right.
Yeah, and we're gonna stick to it.
Yeah, if you want to have easy map access or character sheets or anything else for that matter in the future, if you click on the little box in the top left corner and drag it down to that row of 1 to 12 at the bottom of your screen, it sort of makes a shortcut for you.
Oh yeah.
And if you need more of those, holding down Control Shift, or Alt brings up additional rows, and combinations of those bring up yet more rows.
I don't
That I
know
didn't
anything that you're
know.
talking about. I don't see. I mean, I see our like name boxes, and when I click on that, like it auto pops up the sheet, but nothing else.
Yeah,
Across
if
the
you-
bottom?
Okay, hold on. If you look on the right-hand side of your screen, there's a little thing that says campaign. Do you see that?
Yes,
Okay. Click on it so that the menu drops down.
yes. They're all dropped down. That's why it took me a second to realize.
All right. Do you see images?
Yeah.
All right, click on that,
Uh huh.
and that gives you a list of all the images that are in the game.
And I just heard the word Melloi.
Yeah. If you scroll down to E, it's the only one that starts with an E.
That too. But know what our DM was talking about is, I think along the bottom there should be like 1, 2, 3, 4, like a bunch of slots down there that are numbered.
Yeah.
And you can like click, like your character sheet, for example, you can like click and drag it down there, and then it'll be like a quick thing.
It's sort of like hotkeying something.
Oh,
Yes, hotkey. That's quick thing. Same thing.
I got you. Okay. I've got the image. I see where we're at.
It can be helpful for keeping up with stuff like that. And they actually are functioning hotkeys as well, just in case anyone was wondering. You can just push the F keys across the top of your keyboard and it'll pop up the corresponding one.
Oh.
I use that to keep up with all of your NPCs that you keep collecting. Because they have all these stats that I can't remember.
Been playing
That's
this for
fair.
a year and I'm learning new stuff.
There's a lot of features that they've added over time, too. Like, it's a really solid program. It just takes a little bit of time. But yeah, so you should be able to see the map now, right?
Yeah.
Cool.
So Gray just pulled her hood up a little closer over her face, right?
Yeah. At the mention of people in Clock Tower not wearing hats, she pulls her hood down a little bit.
So Penelope's gonna point her out and be like, "Is Gray a tiefling too? She's wearing a hood."
What? No. I'm not a tiefling.
You're
Not that there's
not?
anything wrong with being a tiefling. I just... Gray's situation's a bit different.
Well then, yeah, you can't automatically assume Johnny's a tiefling because she's wearing a hat.
It's less the hat and...
What?
I was making a bad joke.
I'm just gonna crawl over this table. Don't mind me.
So subtle.
All right, Penelope's gonna scoot
Newton,
closer to where Vivi and Johnny are, and she's gonna like lean over the desk and just like whisper to Vivi and be like, "Okay, is my disguise actually holding up, or am I just... what's going on here?"
Your disguise is really good. I think the problem is that he apparently made me a while ago.
He's super observant.
This is the second time I'm whispering.
Never mind.
What?
I'm back here. being
Stage
like,
whispering.
"What are you doing?"
Yeah, I'm stage whispering because if I actually whisper, I think I will screw up my voice. But yeah, no, like this is the second time, literally this week, this has happened.
I didn't know. You had me fooled.
He's never seen your real faces.
I'm whispering, you cannot hear me, and yes, he has, because remember we took off our wigs.
Oh, you're right. You did. You're right.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah.
You're right.
Oh, we aren't pretend whispering. Like, it's legit. Okay.
Yeah, I'm still whispering.
Okay. I thought when you went theater whisper, you're like, whispers loudly, but also in character whispers loudly.
No, I'm in character. I'm whispering like normal whisper volume.
Okay.
No, your disguise is really good. I think this is really just a case of him figuring me out and then you claiming to be my sister.
Just gonna face plant onto the desk.
she okay?
So you'll forgive us for not giving you all of the information at first. We don't know we can fully trust you, but at the same time, if you knew we were all some form of not human and haven't ratted us out yet, obviously you're a little trustworthy. We are... I'm having to think about, like, how to phrase this.
So as you're getting up a bit closer to him, like your token is, right?
Yeah, I'm not, like, right up on him, but...
Yeah, give me a perception check.
Cool, I will do that. First... There it is. 10?
Okay. The 10 is actually what you needed to hit since you're getting closer. As you get closer to him, you notice that the glasses he's wearing seem to get darker. Which Annis would probably remember.
Yeah. I am a druid. I come from a long line of druids, and there's a bit of a crisis happening with the mana in the world right now, and we're trying to get to the bottom of it. The theory that I am working off of at the moment, were you aware that there was a Holy Grail War last year?
You can see across the room, Gray, even with like her hoodie down, just sort of like shudders a little bit at the mention of it. I wish I could describe this properly for people who haven't seen it, but like the look that Lord El-Melloi has sometimes in the show, where like his demeanor cracks a bit and he almost looks like Waver again. He sort of does that, like the twitchy, like, ugh. Yes, I'm well aware that there was a Grail War last year. It seemed to have done another number on Fuyuki.
Quite. No one quite knows who won or what the wish was, but we think that the wish is we think that whatever was wished for is so big and grandiose that the Grail is draining mana out of both this side of the world and the other side of the world to try and grant the wish. So we're trying to figure that out. And we figured we heard that there was a survivor from a previous Grail War here in Clock Tower, so we thought we would come and find out what we can find out about the Grail War from a survivor. Now, I understand if you don't want to talk about it, obviously, but we would appreciate it. Any information that we can gather is going to be helpful in figuring out how to solve this crisis.
That's a fair point. He sort of like puts his hand up to his head, and then he grabs his cigar that he had earlier, and he just starts to smoke on it and walk around a little bit. Like his doesn't seem to have his guard up or anything. It's more just that he's getting kind of lost in thought on it. That would explain the... He gestures toward the box that has the Sakura branch in it. That would explain quite a bit, actually. We've had people researching what exactly went down there, but as you may or may not be aware, the site of the ritual is no longer present, so there's not much we can do to disassemble it.
So I know it definitely messed with the ley lines in Japan and, I mean, everywhere as a consequence. And it's getting much harder for non-human species, magical species, to exist in this world at all on this side, and it's getting dangerous for the other side as well. So we don't know how much time.
Are you in contact with the other side?
I'm sorry?
Are you in contact with the other side?
We can be. We have some contacts and ways to contact.
Interesting. Very interesting.
it's kind of important we get as much info as possible, because that may not be the case for much longer if things keep heading south.
Now, are you saying that?
Yeah,
And not nay? Okay.
yeah. I mean, he's already pegged him for not
Yeah.
a horse. He's just not taking off the hood.
That's
Right.
fair. No, this is probably worth a bit of an exchange of information given what's at stake. Glad we put up that bounded field. News of this would be problematic.
To be honest, I would not be nearly as candid with you if you hadn't put up the bounded field.
Smart choice. Every wall in this building has ears, in some cases literally.
Ew.
Gross.
Yeah, it's not pleasant. But it's definitely worthwhile to have something in place that can help with this. I used to have these kinds of meetings in my office, but it became a lot more clear that my office was more likely to get bugged than my classroom.
Ew.
But yes, so like you say that you've been in touch with the other side. Do they have a plan? Like, do you have like pixies or fairies or wizards or something on that side that might know what's going on?
Janice is gonna look at Penelope.
Well, the ones that we have contact with, like, they kind of have a plan, but they also don't know what's going on either.
Does
And
sound
we have
disruptive.
we have to get in contact with them again so that yes and no. I'm Penelope.
Honestly, it's a wonder you're in touch with anyone at all on that side. We haven't exactly had communications in several hundred years.
Yeah, it's not easy.
He looks over at Heather Saxcoat, and he sort of glares at her. Did you do this? Did archaeology actually find a way to get through? And she sort of shrugs and says back, "Nope. It's all them."
Yeah, this has nothing to do with archaeology.
Archaeology's still digging around in the dirt. And dragon, I guess.
Ew.
Oh, right, Albia. Yeah, don't tell the dragon that you found a way back. That would be catastrophic for London.
Well, it's not necessarily that we have. Well, I mean, I guess
We have
there
a
is.
dragon here?
No. Well, kind of.
The clock tower in London in general is built upon the corpse of a dragon.
What?
That is oddly enough not the strangest thing that I could tell you about Clock Tower, but that's a bit of a tangent.
The disrespect? What?
Don't worry
Just-
about it.
The tight mood motto.
Oh.
Just don't worry about it.
Yeah. It's gonna take a moment to let that sink in. He's not happy right now.
But yeah, do you know anything about the portals that have been opening up?
Are you referring to the monospheres that seem to be appearing in locations and occasionally expelling creatures?
Yep.
Yeah, those.
Just a bit. I've been looking into it a bit myself. I've actually sent some of my students to check in on an incident a bit back in France. It seems some ogres showed up in a car dealership. Perhaps they were trolls. I don't know. We're figuring it out. Something big. But they disappeared. So they're trying to find out what exactly that is, because apparently that sphere is still in the car dealership.
That was out of character laughing. Sorry. Yeah, that. Oh God. Yeah, that needs to be. Oh, that needs.
So there's a non-zero chance that those monospheres are related to the wish, the mana draining, all that. And we're looking into that too because obviously they're related.
That would make some degree of sense. I would think that if these are affecting both sides, then it's quite possibly locations of greater significance, which are closer, where the boundary is thinner, are the first ones to fall. I'd wager cities will probably take longer, but there are probably locations, perhaps in your neck of the woods, where things are a little bit stronger, where this will be occurring sooner. And by your neck of the woods, he specifically is looking at the horse.
Yeah.
Horse looks over. Looks for. Is there like a marker by the board somewhere?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna take that. He's gonna take his hand, just shove it right out of the mouth now. Ah, shit, my pen.
That was in character, regardless of what you tell me.
I don't know where the fuck it dropped to.
I didn't. Do you want to just?
Nope.
Newton.
Nope.
Fuck Newton. I meant Newton. You know what? Fuck it.
So he just hands out mouth, grabs a pen that apparently drops, has to wiggle down to get it, and he's just kind of like, okay, you're saying these wars, or Holy Grail, whatever, happens multiple times. This isn't the first. So he just draws a little grail over
this
here.
This would be the fifth one.
Fifth one. All right. Which one were you in?
Fourth.
Fourth. All right. So the one right beforehand, which means it's fairly fresh. There are two people that we now know have survived, which means potentially in the fifth war, besides the person that won, there may be others. And having been in it, I mean, does the person that signs you up for it, is it the same person, different person? Would you have contacts to figure out who that is? And could they give us names so we could try and track down who won? Because we kind of even know what that wish was.
Clock Tower sent 2 representatives in the last war, and neither one of them has checked in the past year. We assume they
Would
died.
one of them... I was gonna say, would one of them happen to be that missing one druid dude, maybe?
He sort of looks over at the lot of you. Missing druid?
I mean...
The gasp was out of character because I just remembered, oh right, yeah, there is a missing druid. Oh fuck, what was his name?
Irvine.
Irvine Gilrath?
No, he was not one of the representatives sent. It was an enforcer named Bazette, and it was someone that I'd actually rather not come back, if I'm being honest. Just a scummy mage. Neither one of them was a druid.
All right. Where was the last seen location for them as he just starts writing down these names on the board? Or where were they sent to?
They were sent to Fuyuki, where the ritual takes place.
The place that no longer exists. Okay.
Parts of it are still there. It's just the relevant ritual sites are missing.
Okay.
From what I understand, very difficult to be there. The more magical you are, the harder it is to be there.
Yeah, that's going to be a problem. All right. Okay.
It was described to me as if the air was incredibly thin. We sent some teams to look into it, and at first they were able to ascertain the damage and come up with cover stories and all of that, but the long-term teams sticking around discovered very quickly that they could not recover mana there, which makes, well, mages feel vulnerable, and so they left. For mages that pride themselves on their ability to collect mana,
learn how
it's a problem.
I don't know.
It makes it difficult for mages, and it kills us. So
yeah, it's a problem. Well, okay. So let's talk about the fourth one then. Were you the winner?
No, it did not have a winner. It went for a bit. My servant was defeated, and I backed away just before the flames took the city. My assumption is that it was a failure, as the 3 prior were also failures.
Oh.
That answered the next one.
What?
So wait, no one's
actually won a Holy Grail War aside from the first.
No, the other ones were failures.
The first 4 at least were failures, as I understand it. The
And
5th
then
one we don't know the outcome of, but the first 4 were failures.
Well, presumably someone did win the 5th because the Grail has to be draining mana for some reason.
I was about to ask. I mean, with the other 4 being failures, nothing of this has ever happened before, where anything has been blown up or ley
The
line
4th one
damages.
ended in a city burning to the ground.
So potentially the 5th could be a failure as well, just an even greater failure.
It's quite possible. That was my concern when I heard the outcome. I went myself to look into it as soon as I could, but unfortunately, the difficulties of the area resulted in most of my team having to return. I was more all right with the place because, like, candidly, the lack of mana did not impact me as much as it would other mages.
Oh, why is that?
And across the room, Gray sort of pipes in. Sir's used to it.
I was gonna say, does he know how to throw a punch?
Does who know how to throw a punch?
I was gonna say, you don't need mana if you know how to throw a punch or a kick.
I mean, that's definitely true.
Yeah, he might just be really buff. We don't know under his, Professor Cloaks.
That's true. You don't.
Kind of want to he just kind of walks up, hand at a mouth, just to do a little poke at his arm. Do I feel any muscle?
No.
Oh, well, he just might know where to hit. He looks like he's been in a few scraps.
I appreciate your concern, but no, I did what investigation I could. I went to a few of the locations that I'd visited before. I checked in on some of the locals who unfortunately have passed since then. And beyond that, I found that the mana was very shallow. It made things a bit inconvenient for the mages prone to teleportation to leave. They had to come back the slow way on a plane like I did. And
that's another side effect, possibly. Teleportation is just straight up weird right now for everyone globally. Again, it's possible it's not related, but it's not very possible.
That does align with what I've heard as well. There are not that many mages within the association who will admit to knowing how to teleport. It's something that puts others on edge. The idea that you could just have someone in their group appear in the middle of nowhere. But of the ones who will admit to this ability, or the ones who leverage the circle network, it does seem to be less reliable. If I recall correctly, I want to say someone from Policies managed to land his ass in a halfling farm about a week ago.
Oh, Richard.
Yeah, that was Richard.
Oh, you know him.
Oh shit. Yeah.
So, what has made all these wars failures? Did nobody claim during the war? Did the Grail just decide to blow up, or everybody was knocked out and couldn't claim?
So very briefly, the first one suffered from a lack of organization. The second one suffered from everyone killing each other and there being no survivors. The third one ran afoul of the Nazis. The fourth one ended in fire, and the fifth one apparently ended however it ended. But
so with the disorganization or the murder fest, did it end in destruction like the fourth and fifth, or did it just poof quietly wait till the next Grail War?
My understanding is that the early ones never made it far enough to have even considered a wish. The overall ritual involves collecting mana for about 60 years and then using that to summon familiars, have the familiars fight, and then once the familiars are done fighting, the remaining familiar and mage are able to channel all the mana that was stored that entire time to create a wish. If the Grail itself is destroyed before a sufficient number of servants have been defeated, then the mana dissipates back into the world and you have to wait another 60 years.
But okay, the fourth and fifth did not take that long between them. You cannot possibly be that old, right?
No, I'm not. I'm actually younger than I look. I just smoke a lot. But
Stop doing that. It's bad for your health.
that's what I'm told.
To say, well, what, like 60 or 70, then you aged well, but what?
I'm
60 or 70?
I'm probably younger than all of you are.
He looks like maybe he's in his 30s or 40s.
Well, no, like if it was supposed to take 60 years between Grail Wars.
Oh, I thought you were saying he looks like 60 or 70 years old, and I was like, damn, man.
No, this is miscommunication.
I'm also just like
my understanding is that the Fifth Grail War was accelerated because the Fourth Grail War made it far enough along to cover most of the process, but the mana itself was not expended into a wish, so there was much less time necessary to charge up the next one. Whereas the third one was completely disrupted by the Nazis, for lack of a nicer way of saying it. And so it had to start from scratch. I believe one of the caretakers of the Grail from the Fourth Grail War managed to contain a lot of what was gathered to
so
speed
it
things
exploded,
along.
but it exploded with enough mana to start back up again.
It's a bit like if you were to throw a water balloon in a bucket. A lot of it spilled out, some of it stayed, it sped things up again. However, given the absence of mana in the entire region right now, I believe your theory that it's being channeled into some sort of ridiculously strong or large wish has merit, because the mana didn't return to the land in this case. It's going somewhere, and apparently it's continuing to take more. It's a bit troubling, the thought that someone created such a large-scale wish that, well, for starters, it was even capable of doing all of this, but also that the counterforce didn't stop it.
Do I know? Does Stannis know what the counterforce? I do. Is that
that would probably be an Arcana check, but not a hard one, because it's something that all of you should probably be familiar with.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh shit.
I like how it slid on 2 for a while.
I know.
Which is the lowest roll Annis can make around Penelope.
Like, what's a counterforce?
I mean, I will ask that. Like, what is a counterforce?
Does Annis want to answer it, or does she want to leave it to the teacher?
She's gonna leave it to the teacher.
Right. So, high level on this. The world is alive. Everyone knows that, right? Looks around at everyone.
Yeah.
Right. So the world is alive, and the world wants to stay alive. And so the world will expend energy and effort to stay alive whenever it feels threatened. Mages making ridiculous wishes could endanger the world. So generally speaking, it's difficult to actually do something that could threaten the existence of the world itself. The world will fight back. However, this is obviously threatening the safety of the world, because if it's going to continue to gather mana, it will presumably eventually reach a point where it will either grant a world-shaping wish, or the world will run out of mana and die.
Well,
presumably before we get to that point, it would do something, but perhaps someone found a way around it.
Well, perhaps whatever the wishes that was made aligns with the counterforce's, I hate to say ideals, because I don't think the counterforce has ideals, but
it's possible. The counterforce has two halves, so to speak. There's the half that is represented by Gaia, nature itself, the world's proper spirit, which wants the world to survive regardless of what's on it, so to speak. But as humanity rose to prominence over the past few thousand years, a part of it, known as Alaya, split off and specifically acts to preserve humanity in its place in the world. So it's a bit of a metaphysical conflict, because, as I don't imagine I need to tell you, human activity endangers the world. And unchecked human activity is problematic. So it's possible that at least one half of the counterforce is in agreement with whatever this wish was and is allowing it and holding back the other half. Though whether that's the Gaia half or the Elia half is impossible to tell.
Mm-hmm.
If it were Gaia, then it would be likely to... If Gaia were opposed to it, it would be more likely to mobilize elementals to do something about it. If it was Elia, then it would quite possibly summon counter guardians in the form of heroic spirits summoned by the planet itself to resolve what the problem is. But in both cases, there's an assumption that whatever force is doing this would know how to solve the problem. But seeing as I haven't seen any powerful super elementals or powerful phantasmal species heroes of legend, I'm not really sure where things are acting there. It might just be waiting.
So what if somebody's trying to start another Grail War to counteract the wish?
You read my mind.
Oh, yes, a wish to undo the wish.
It'd be a bit difficult without Fuyuki. Like as I mentioned before when you were speaking more vaguely in front of people, the way that the Grail works is it gathers mana, and then that mana theoretically is transformed by the Grail into the form of a wish, per the Einstein magic that powers it. But with no mana in the Fuyuki region and the area containing the Greater Grail presumably cut off, I don't know how you could.
What about that person that, makes mana out of batteries?
I
Could that be a
He pauses
charger?
for a second and he's like, probably need an immense amount of mana. It'd probably kill her before she could power such a thing.
Yeah.
Not her. No. I mean, like, don't you just make them, leave them there, make some more, leave them there? Not the person themselves. Now, I don't know what a battery is, but it sounded handy. I was listening.
A battery is you can take electricity and put it into a small metal contraption, and it powers things like cell phones and technology and
So it's like a crystal core that holds mana.
sort of.
Okay, yeah, no, that sounds like a great idea. Why don't you just get a ton of batteries?
No. Although related, you speaking to El-Melloi, not Aiden, you said you had seen this person who can do the thing with mana and electricity, right?
My predecessor unfortunately turned her away once it became clear that it wasn't something someone else could repeat, but it made for a good story. I found it in his files. I've not actually met the woman.
Okay. I have theories.
But I would wager that the amount of mana that she would need to channel to do this would probably destroy her. Like, regardless of where her mana comes from, it's still got to go through the same circuits.
I don't think it's her.
So, I mean, not saying that this is possible, but would there be a way to do a Grail War somewhere other than Fuyuki?
Now I have to make him roll something to see how much meta knowledge he has. I don't want him to just be like plot NPC because there's stuff he doesn't know.
Yeah.
That's fair.
But I am curious to see if he rolls well in this because that would be fun. I mean, he has good stats. But he still rolls like wafer.
No.
He pauses for a second and he sort of thinks about it. I suppose it would be possible if you had the entire ritual, but I think the problem would be that you would need to still connect to the Greater Grail which would be difficult without knowing where it is. My understanding is that the Greater Grail was built by the Einsburns, and that the Einsburns are probably the only ones who would know how to access it outside of the ritual that they set up.
Are they alive?
I'm not entirely sure. I've not really visited them. I've met their representative, and he was a dangerous man. And
But potentially, there's someone that could get in contact with them then?
It's possible. They tend to sequester themselves away in a castle, I believe. It's next to impossible to reach them if you don't have an invitation.
Is it in London?
It's in Germany.
It's in Germany. Fuck. Oh, shit. So here is, we need to go to Germany.
But, I mean, hypothetically,
Laughing
and we or whoever could get in contact with them and set up the ritual somewhere else. It's still possible for there to be another grail. I mean, there's probably an easier way to undo the wish rather than wishing to undo the wish. That seems like a lot of trouble.
My assumption would be that if in the event that someone were to set up another ritual, they would probably, similar to the haste that the previous war was rolled about from by using the mana left over from the 4th. There's a surplus of mana from the 5th based on what's happening now, so if someone were to set up a connection to the Greater Grail from the 5th war, they could probably begin one almost immediately. It would perhaps need some time to, if they are following the ritual, to actually create the vessels for the servants, and then the war would have to be fought, but it's theoretically possible.
How do you enter the Grail War? Like, is there someone that signs you up for it? Or...
Well, and this time he actually does look a little bit uncomfortable. So in theory you're invited, but it's possible to get in if you're not invited and you simply have the ritual.
Question.
Speaking from experience.
Oh, you snuck in.
I absolutely snuck in.
So you're saying that there's two grails. There's a grail, that apparently made the wish, and there's another grail that's like the stationary grail.
As I understand it, from what I could piece together following the last one, there's a lesser grail and a greater grail, and the lesser grail is what you use to manifest the greater grail. The greater grail is hidden away until the lesser grail has enough mana to manifest it.
But these people have the greater grail, or they made the greater grail.
Yes, they made the Greater Grail some hundreds of years ago.
The Einsburg.
Yeah, those people. So theoretically, they know where the Greater Grail is, and theoretically, if we just smash the Greater Grail, it'll stop doing the wish.
He sort of smirks at that idea. Considering my understanding is that the last time someone tried to mash it, it burned a city to the ground. Possibly.
So that's what caused...
Probably not a great idea.
So that's what caused the city to burn to the ground.
And that used a very small amount of its power, given how quickly it managed to recover and do another one. But more to the point, my suspicion is that one of the many areas that disappeared from the city is the one containing the Greater Grail. When I did my return, I checked the areas of previous servant battles that I recall, the fortresses of the founding families, the shrines, the various locations that seemed important. Even the giant red bridge that city was so proud of were missing.
So when you say missing, did they just, were they destroyed in an explosion, or were they literally missing?
Literally gone. In fact, it was disturbing. If you were to go there right now, let's say to take the bridge example, It was like a sphere of the world was cut away. And if you check just the edge of the bridge at the edge of where the sphere was cut away, and check it on the surface level, you could run your finger over it. It was so smooth how the cut went. But I would not recommend doing that because it is cut so finely that should you reach the edge of it, it will cut through your finger.
And what was where the bridge was supposed to be? Just nothing?
It was absent. Even the water levels of the city around it were a bit lower. Apparently the water went with it. It's just gone. We don't know.
The other side of the world, maybe?
I mean, you know more about that than I would. The only time I've seen anything like this happen before was when one of the servants in the previous Grail War, the fourth one, manifest a reality marble, and everything inside of that reality marble disappeared for the duration. Only in the case of this one, everything that was in what would have been the equivalent of a reality marble disappeared and did not return.
Maybe they would know more.
Which they?
The servant that knows how to make reality thingies.
I'm afraid he's been gone for a decade.
I mean,
surely there's a clock tower researcher that like specializes in things like that. Maybe could we ask them?
Reality marbles are a touchy subject here. Presumably anyone who knows how to create one and has the mana to do so would not broadcast the fact.
That's true.
It's a bit terrifying to think that someone could walk into a location and then pull everyone into essentially a manifestation of their soul.
That is fair.
But it's a thing that people could do, not just servants?
Presumably someone with sufficient mana could do it. It takes a ridiculous amount and a great amount of knowledge. My understanding is that you would have to be significantly advanced in your magecraft and have access to a significant amount of mana and be sufficiently in tune with your own nature to the point of approaching your origin in order to do it. There's a lot going on. I can't even imagine what it's like for a human or any other mage to do it. You would probably have an easier time getting a dead apostle to manifest their marble phantasm, but I would not recommend that either. Manifesting your soul in the real world is very difficult.
Yeah. So this leaves us with just as many more questions as when we started this.
Although, okay, there's another question. Stepping away from that for 2 seconds. Backing up a little bit. So, what you're saying is that all you need to really get into this Grail War, you don't even need the invitation. You just need the ritual and then a catalyst?
I did not mention a catalyst, but yes.
Oh, shit. Wait.
Backtrack.
Wait, hold on. Back up a little bit. Did Penelope already know what a catalyst was, or did I just pull that out of my own head?
Yeah, you had that whole conversation with Lucretia about the fact that she was going to use her arrow, and also that you have the jawbone that could summon Samson.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we've done research. You know, what little research we could do without coming to Clock Tower first about Grail Wars and things.
But to answer your question, yes, as long as you have the ritual and you're in the location where the ritual will be taking place, and you follow the appropriate steps, and you're one of the first 7 to try it, you can join a Grail War.
What's the ritual?
Something that I will not be teaching anyone, because the Grail War ruins lives, and I would not wish it upon anyone.
That's fair.
It's dreadful business.
What if we just ruin everyone's rituals and then nobody can have the Grail War?
I suppose you could do that.
Ah,
Would prevent further catastrophes such as the
That's-
mana drain from happening, but would not help with us trying to solve the mana drain.
well, I mean, yeah, I mean, we want to solve that first, but I mean, if this thing's a repeat over and over, don't we want to also, prevent it from continuing afterwards? So it's like a two-part plan.
That would be ideal for sure.
Candidly, if we can find the Greater Grail after we do whatever we need to do with it, we're going to dismantle it.
Well, I just brought that up and you told me it starts a fire.
Yes, it's to be very difficult to do. I don't know how to do it. It would take a lot of planning, and it's not something that I would mention outside of this room because the idea of an omnipotent wish-granting device is very appealing to every mage trying to reach the root.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's the problem.
Presumably, if it didn't have any mana in it, it wouldn't be able to explode.
Exactly. If we could channel the mana in it to a wish of some sort properly, then it would be in a vulnerable state. Hypothetically, I can't imagine the Einsburns would have too much to protect it, but considering no one has ever actually done this, it's all hypotheticals.
Okay, so we need to undo the wish. And then first we need to find the location, and then undo the wish, and then go back to the said location of the Greater Grail and smash it. Just jotting down notes on that board. All right, this list looks pretty good. Anything else we need to add to it?
Well, for starters, I mentioned it earlier, but if you were to enter a Holy Grail War to make this happen at all, you would have to be willing to kill people.
Yeah. So what about knocking out?
People?
Is there, would there be a way to do it without killing anyone?
You could try.
Yeah.
Did you kill anyone?
Not directly. My actions led to the deaths of others, and I feel terrible about it to this day, but I did not personally kill anyone.
So hear me out. You just knock them out, you tie them up, bam, you win.
And then you kill their servants.
The servants.
You tie them up, you win.
But not the masters. I mean, obviously, I think the servants they're not necessarily living beings, but they're not living beings.
They are shadows of the past manifesting within a body prepared by the Grail that will only sustain them for a short amount of time. The death of the servants is what completes the ritual and allows the Grail to manifest, as I understand it.
Wait.
All seven? Do all seven have to die for the ritual, or is it only 6?
I'm going to make him roll for that. Because, again, I'm only going to give him so much meta knowledge. Because...
That's fair.
Waiver or not, there's a lot of stuff he doesn't actually know because it's not really known to the player character, or to the characters in the story.
The reason to participate is for the masters is obvious. It's the wish, but what is the point of the servant? What do they get out of it?
The idea is that the master and the servant each get a wish.
Oh.
And the servants... So the way that this works is the servants are recorded in the Throne of Heroes, which is part of the counterforce system, as I mentioned before. They're supposed to be manifest to defend humanity against whatever. And the ritual, as I understand it, is kind of cheating by pulling someone out prior to Ragnarok or whatever it is that's meant for, and letting them manifest for a short period of time in a Grail-provided vessel. It prepares 7 of these, which are where the servant classes come from, if you're familiar with those at all from your research. And
nope.
The process of them dying releases all of the mana from their vessel to return to the Grail, such that the Grail slowly gains the power necessary to manifest the Greater Grail and then a wish.
So they take mana from the Greater Grail? So it doesn't have enough when they get summoned?
The idea is that the Grail has enough mana to sustain 7 servants within makeshift familiar bodies for a few weeks at most. After which point, the ritual will either fizzle out and fail, or enough of them will be destroyed in time for the mana to return to the Grail while it's still present at a critical mass, and then a wish can happen.
Why don't, I don't know, say the, summoned people just, not do anything, chill, live about, keep, the Grail not full, and then we smash the Grail when it's not full so it doesn't start a fire, and they get to chill, and Grail's taken care of.
Because they want a wish.
Well, we're going to tie them up too.
That would be a fascinating thing to watch from a safe distance of the other side of the planet.
All right, cool. Well, I got my plan down.
Having seen servants in action, they are incredibly powerful and incredibly dangerous and incredibly pig-headed and incredibly stubborn and incredibly not willing to listen to the masters who tell them the best thing to do.
I feel like he's talking from a personal experience here.
Having followed one and met others.
You summoned Alexander the Great, right?
Yes, I summoned great King Iskander, Alexander the Great, the man who conquered everything in his path until he died of sickness, anticlimactically, who history says is very short and in fact was huge.
So out of curiosity, other than stubborn, what was he like?
So you could see him smile a little bit at this. Well, aside from being pig-headed and stubborn, he owned the title of Great. He set forth a goal, and he pursued it. And in pursuit of his goal, he gathered followers. He gathered people who could help him, but who wanted to help him, who wanted to make his goal their goal. And one moment in particular that stands out to me is that when a servant is summoned, they're given information from the modern age. So when he was summoned by me, he was given all the information about the modern world that the Grail could provide, including the scope of how large the world actually is. It's far bigger than his domain. He thought he'd conquered the world, and he'd only conquered a relatively small portion of it. And upon realizing this, rather than despair, he got excited. He realized there was that much more to conquer, so much more than was available in his world. He was so excited about the prospect that he smiled and he laughed and he consumed a ridiculous amount of alcohol. And then he bought a t-shirt from the internet with a picture of the globe on it to remind himself of what's waiting for him.
That's actually kind of cool.
Yeah.
He was an exciting person to follow. He's also incredibly dangerous. They're all dangerous. You have to remember that. He was the best of them. Another person summoned, another servant, tortured children for fun.
Ew.
Ugh. What kind of... How...
He was French.
That was out of
So,
character.
well, you have a catalyst summon...
The catalyst allows you to aim, so to speak. If you don't have a catalyst, then the Grail will provide someone who matches your personality for you, but they may not be the strongest. Someone whose wishes most coincide with yours would be summoned, but realistically, as rare as these are, I can't imagine that coming up often. I stole the catalyst that I used to summon Alexander the Great. I'm sure you're surprised that a teenager could not get their hands on a relic of a world leader so easily. But the person I stole it from had short notice to acquire another relic, and did so rather than relying on the Grail providing something that coincided with his views.
Well, I don't know what's worse, the prospect of the person that summoned the child torturer having a catalyst and doing it on purpose, or it just being an accident. Those are both terrible.
The person who summoned the child torturer was himself a child torturer, so...
Oh, that makes
Ooh.
You know,
sense.
I generally I like to avoid murder. But I feel like that person kind of deserves it.
He was handily destroyed.
Well, that's great to hear.
He summoned a great many monsters as well. He was barbaric. Of the servants that I met in the previous war, King Iskander was definitely the best of them. Some of them were noble. Some of them were knights with their own, chivalry or pride or whatever you want to call it. Some of them were ridiculously arrogant to the point of looking down on everything as bugs to not step around when walking. And some of them were completely insane.
Huh.
I saw a creature take over a fighter jet.
What? What's that?
And attempt to destroy another one.
That sounds amazing. Somebody describe this to me.
A fighter jet?
I mean, that's fair.
It's okay. Do you know what an airplane is?
No.
Give it up on names at this point.
Yeah,
Okay.
you were just saying my name out loud.
Yep.
Yeah.
Excuse me, sir. My name is Newton Pomore.
Sorry. Yeah,
I'm sure.
Uh-huh. Does like a little fake monocle, a gesture on his eye with the hand out his mouth, like he totally hasn't.
Well,
I've completely lost track of everything we were trying to do at this point.
okay, so a plane is a big steel bird. It's mechanical, but it's like a big steel bird that people can ride inside, and it's go very fast, long distances to travel across the planet. For humans that can't teleport or go through plants.
I want to see one.
And so, terrible human beings turned that concept into a war concept, and now there are planes that can shoot terrible weapons at other planes and things, and so
people
that's
still
what
inside?
is. It's a plane equipped with guns. You know what guns are, right?
I think he would.
Probably.
I was like, do the druids just show up in the fucking grove like bang bang guns? I'm like, no, I don't think they do.
Old enough. They've been around for a while. So.
He hasn't been outside. Like this is legitimate, like his first time outside.
It's kind of a wonder he hasn't had total culture shock and broken down.
Oh, see, the problem is he's in culture shock, but in the I want to absorb it all, and he's absorbing it so fast. There's just like there's not enough, and he wants
on legs on land, absorbing all of the human culture.
He's like the Little Mermaid, where he's like, I need a place to store all this, and his saddlebags are not enough.
Aiden is kind of an example of what happens when a character has a very high wisdom and a very less than high intelligence. Like, you're at the perfect balance of being able to take in all of the stuff without losing your cool.
Yeah.
But you're not at such a high intelligence that you understand it and can then compartmentalize it and process it as groups. There's just a long bullet list of things that exist.
No, he legitimately thinks that when you said a metal bird in the sky, this motherfucker thinks that like it's got like fucking metal ass wings and something's coming out of it. So like two fucking like metal phoenixes are clashing in the sky. So he's just like, oh my god.
He's envisioning a skarmory.
He's living for it. Like he wants to see one of these motherfuckers. He's just like, this sounds amazing. I mean, awful if the people are still inside, but amazing.
Newton, we will explain more later once we're done bothering Lord El-Melloi here. El-Melloi
the second, yes.
Sorry.
The suffice it to say, were summoned to enter Holy Grail War. They would need to have 7 masters per the ritual, and each master would have a servant. Everyone entering the ritual has to be willing to kill at the very least 6 servants who are all figures of history with their own dream and wish and aspiration, who admittedly will not be here in a few weeks after it begins. One way or another, win or lose, they will go away.
Okay, so they would go away.
Yeah,
no matter what. Okay.
The world will not support the dead manifest for so long. The mana is simply pushing away the natural order of things long enough for them to last. In fact, they rely in no small part on their master to provide additional mana because the Grail can only support them so long. And as a conflict goes and they use their mana to fight one another, essentially, they're going to need to replenish it and the Grail will cut them off.
But but you're saying that if they were they could be sustained with mana even when the Grail War is not happening.
A ridiculous amount of it, but yes, I suppose so. There have been incidents of people attempting to manifest heroic spirits and sustain them through other means, but the Grail War is definitely the most readily available one, especially given, apparently, Fuyuki's giant cup runneth over at the moment.
Well, I do have one more question, and I think I already know your answer, but if there were to be a 6th Grail War, would you want to participate?
He takes a long pause at this one, and you can see Gray from across the room. Like, she's tilted her hood back a little bit because she's paying attention too. And then he sighs, and he takes another drag on his cigar, and he says, I would like to participate in the summoning, but not the fighting, and quite frankly, I'm afraid of the consequences of getting involved myself. I was not prepared the last time, and again, many people died as a result. I stole that catalyst from someone who had to summon a different servant. The servant that he summoned led to his death, and the death of his wife, and a great deal of damage. And that was before I even arrived in the city. There are consequences to choices. I can't emphasize that enough. And if you're not willing to kill, then you're going to be a hindrance to whoever you would summon. And they will not get their wish either. Also, you're not going to meet nice people. Everyone else entering such a Grail War would be willing to kill. They are mages. They have goals. They have dreams. They've decided that a battle royale is going to be the easiest way for them to accomplish what they want. They're not going to show up and agree. Well, okay, so some of them will agree to sit around and have a party, but only temporarily, and they'll still kill each other in the end.
Just kind of looks at Gray. What are your feelings?
I would not participate in a Grail War. I just want to be of use to the Lord. She's sort of pulling her hood back down again.
Yeah, I was like, she's been quiet the entire time. I was like, time to know what she's thinking about.
Well, that is all of the questions that I have.
But again, it's kind of moot because someone would need the ability to actually connect to the Grail, and as far as I can tell, anyone who could get close enough to do a ritual to reconnect it would not have the mana necessary. So unless you've got someone who's got the ability to connect mana across the world, you're going to have a difficult time.
Actually, I do have one last question.
Do you have someone who can connect mana across the world?
Don't know, but if there was a possibility of a 6th Grail War, would you at least want to know it's going to happen?
If there were a 6th Grail War, then assuming that the old traditions are followed, at least one person from Clock Tower would be invited, and the Holy Church would be involved because they are the officiators of keeping it essentially as under wraps and as out of the way of the main world as possible since the 3rd Grail War.
There's a whole nother group that didn't get mentioned in here that knows about this thing.
The church does not look kindly on it. They butt their heads in whenever someone uses the phrase Holy Grail, no matter what. Yeah, they do.
But potentially, there's people that might know what, I don't know, like happened to the last couple of people, or like the last seen anything. Like, do they stay for most of it? Like the 2 representatives, or like what's up with them?
The church where the that was declared neutral ground in the Fuyuki Grail War was also missing, along with the priest who was there. during the prior Grail War, the one that I was in, the officiator of it died.
Well, that's not helpful. I mean, just are there more locations that potentially, like, I don't know, the other church people knew about before the disappearance?
My suspicion would be that if a new Grail War were to occur, and again, if all of the previous traditions were honored, the officiators of the Grail War would need to reach out to the church for someone to act as a neutral party in this.
Okay,
And
so it's not like they have like multiple branches and they all keep in touch just with information.
my understanding is that only 2 people have ever served this function, and one of them was the son of the other, and he was a right bastard. So
Well,
he
that's
has also not
handy.
been seen in a year.
So, yeah, would you want to know about it, though? There was one?
I would absolutely want to know about it, if only to evacuate whatever area it's to take place in before we get another fire or another disappearance or more Nazis somehow.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
But we would want to know. We would want to be aware of what's going on, who's being sent. There's a lot to be had there. In fact, if I'm being honest, I was a bit suspicious that there might be something of the sort going on when someone broke into the Clock Tower vault a few weeks ago.
Oh, tell me about that.
But they did not appear to steal anything that would be worthy of a catalyst.
What did they take?
I can't drag Annis's token over, but Penelope is gonna like grab Annis's hand and drag her back, like.
Well, he'll take the front lead because now while they're talking, he's curious about the shit that's been stolen. Tell me more.
It was returned.
Oh.
All right, and then while
I'll keep him busy.
while they're talking, Penelope's gonna just look at Annis and be like, "Lean closer. I don't want to have to say this out loud."
So
Okay.
about the stolen goods.
All right, and I'm clarifying right now. I am whispering this to Annis.
Yes. This is not at audible beyond 5 feet.
Vivi cannot hear this. Johnny cannot hear this. I don't know how good Gray or Lord El-Melloi's hearing is, but I assume they can't hear it. Anyway. Okay, so do we want to tell him about what Lucretia's to?
I don't know. My gut is telling me that we can trust him, but I don't want I don't want to mess up her plans potentially. I don't want him to try and prevent the Grail War, since that seems to be our best shot at undoing whatever's going on with the mana.
I don't like the idea of all the murder, though.
I don't either. Even if it's only 6 servants, it's still 6
I mean,
legendary heroes.
I mean, and that's still essentially 6 people who, like you said, have hopes and dreams and
a wish for the Grail.
Sucks that they have to show up just to be killed again.
And presumably, whoever in the faction on Lucretia's side, whoever summons the strongest servant will get to keep their servant, and the others will be sacrificed, and that's almost worse.
Yeah.
Like, heroic spirit, that lived a great life, or a crazy life, or something, gets to come to the modern world and experience it, and then just get stabbed. That's not... I don't like that.
I don't either.
But I also don't like the idea of killing 6 other people.
Yeah, I don't either.
And Masters and anyone allied with them would be in danger as well.
He did say that, he'd want to know about it to make sure the area is safe.
I think once it starts, we could let him know.
Yeah. I mean, hey, it's not like I don't know how to use sending now.
Right.
So we don't even
we don't even need to make him suspicious by asking how to contact him.
Although I'm going to get his number just because I can.
Whatever floats your boat.
Water floats a boat, but here we are.
It's an expression.
I know.
Oh.
Okay.
So those stolen goods, what were they? I'm very curious.
Oh, it was a mystic code. It was stolen from the vault.
What's a mystic code?
Did they not tell you? Okay.
He's new.
When a mage family decides that they've got a goal that's bigger than one generation, they will transplant some of their knowledge into a child, and then it will repeat over and over again until theoretically someday they accomplish something amazing. It allows them to pass on the knowledge and experience and magecraft of their type from generation to generation, or alternatively, someone gets murdered and the clock tower decides that, hey, we don't want that information to go anywhere, so they'll just take it, and then they'll put it in the vault.
It sounds like a magic tome that you can put on your body.
It's like an organ that you put in your body.
Oh. A magic tome inside your body.
But it only really works for someone related. My understanding is that this one was actually taken from someone who was given a sealing designation some time ago because he created an island full of vampires and was then executed.
But it was returned.
Yes, policies that fellow who teleported himself into the halfling farm managed to bring it back.
Good.
I can only imagine what he had to do to get it, but considering he's not that much of a fighter, I have to assume there was probably more diplomacy involved.
Interesting.
Yep. He didn't have to do anything.
So,
wait,
his classes.
Do you know about that? Do you know how he got it back?
Yeah.
Do you know who stole it?
No.
Did he... okay. Did the halfling farm that he teleported into have the internet and tell other halflings? Or did you meet him? Or what?
I mean, I told you earlier that we know him.
He's a bit of a... quite honestly, the fact that you know him and you don't seem to outright hate him is telling that you maybe don't know him that well, or maybe you've seen a nicer half of him than I have.
I don't know who you're talking about.
Yeah, I mean...
He's not the kindest to phantasmal species.
Have you talked to him since he got back?
No, he's been a bit busy. Apparently, as soon as he got back, the policies department was still up in arms over the theft, and now they've been clomping around, both checking their own security and also looking for scapegoats.
Wait,
so is
your goats
actually back here at Clock Tower?
Yeah, I assume it's in the vault again.
Oh no, I'm saying, is he back at Clock Tower?
Oh yes, he got back. He got back a few days ago.
Okay.
No, I'm more pressed on the fact that you have goats that know how to escape here.
No,
it's an expression.
It's
where are your goats? I must see them.
I would tell you, but they escaped.
Shit.
It's a way of.
Oh no.
It's a way of saying that they're trying to shift the blame of the theft onto an innocent person.
And not the goats.
Simply put, they don't want to admit that someone snuck into the vault, took something, and got away with it for at least a few weeks. And the idea that it's one person acting alone seems a bit weird, so now they're making a bit of a conspiracy out of it. It's an end of politics that I don't generally play in. Every now and then policies will call me in to solve their mysteries, like some sort of detective. But for the most part, in the case of this one, since they got the item back, I think now it's just the song and dance to make sure everyone's less on edge. My understanding is that embarrassment over this has resulted in a number of mages failing to come in, or cloistering up with all their mystic codes, carrying a ridiculous amount of things on their person at all times. Roko over in Spiritual Evocation is carrying no less than 12 mystic codes at any given moment, which is twice as many as he normally does. That man's insane.
Doesn't surprise me.
But yeah, suffice it to say, there's been a bit of an anxiety over it, and I think they're looking to convince everyone that it can't happen again.
I also kind of forgot. I'm like, TLDR, his English sounds like it's either very harsh at times or very airy. I just don't feel like speaking in a broken accent right now.
Sure.
Excellent.
But Yeah, I don't want to go too much into detail, but we kind of helped him get the crest back.
Interesting. Yeah, I haven't seen his report, but I'll be incredibly surprised if he and his team acknowledge that they got help from outsiders in this one. Even if they mean to, I don't think that would become public knowledge because policies and the like really like to emphasize that they've got their shit in order and something is stolen from the vault and then outsiders help them get it back. That does not instill the confidence that I imagine their department is looking for. For what it's worth, I don't think it would be the usual prejudice, although I'm sure that's going on too. But they originally came to me and asked me to look into it, and I was busy, so I didn't.
Speaking of prejudice, can you tell your people to stop being prejudiced? It would be highly appreciated.
You are aware that most of the people here are British, right?
I would highly appreciate it.
I would also highly appreciate it, considering I spent the better part of my young life trying to convince them to get over their own arrogance and prejudice against people of not high birth. The idea that they could even accept other mages of lower birth, let alone other species, is a bit beyond my influence, I'm afraid.
Well, we're kind of gonna need to, have them chill because they're causing problems, and it's not gonna end very pretty if other not passive people.
Newton Tomor! We got this handled.
Okay. Oh, do you have a book to go? I don't know. I liked this class, but I'm not actually supposed to be here. But I wanna have another lesson.
You're interested in learning about modern magecraft?
Yeah, why not? Magic is magic.
Magic is magic is probably the first thing you would learn is not the case. So sure, I'll get you something from the fundamentals closet.
Lesson 1. Magic is not magic. I don't know, I like that.
Yeah, he walks over here for a second, and he goes to this little bookcase, and he thumbs through, and he finds a book, and he brings it over to you.
Oh.
And he hands you a book that says, across the cover of it, Magecraft is not magic.
Yay, I get to practice my common. My English.
This is would this be like investigation? No, it would be perception, right? To just look and see what kind of books are on the shelf.
If you're just looking at like the spines, it'd be perception. If you're gonna actually flip them open and go through them for specific information, it would be investigation.
Perception. I just want to see what he keeps on it. Never mind.
You find a strategy guide for a PlayStation RPG mixed in amongst the other more boring looking mage books.
Is it in Japanese?
No. This is like a US release that he hasn't.
He's not weeby enough.
Oh, he's weeby as hell. It was a whole plot point that man is bad at Japanese. It's how he met Taiga.
Hey.
So while this book exchange is happening, Penelope's gonna walk back over to the desk where Vivi and Johnny are sitting. She's gonna put her hands on the desk and be like, "Hey, hither, Saxcoat."
Yes, Jan Saxcoat.
How do you feel about the idea of bothering policies?
Yes.
With you didn't even hear the whole plan.
Sorry, I got ahead of myself. Go on.
How do you feel about pulling the boombox trick outside of policies?
I like it. What are we doing? Do we have a goal, or are we just annoying them? Because if we're just going to annoy them, then we have plenty of options. But if you have a goal, we might have to aim a little bit.
Partially I want to annoy them.
Good. I'm on board.
But also partially I need them to stop being such dicks.
That is usually not the result of me annoying them.
Fair. Maybe this can be a separate thing. I do want to annoy them.
I think you might want to maybe point them at something else, usually. That's sort of a trick that we do in America where we to use the phrase scapegoating, but it's more a matter of when someone's being a pain in the ass, you make them someone else's pain. Maybe point them at more of those harvester guys. They seem to be dicks.
Ooh. I like this. Okay, so we need to point policies at the harvesters. Is what I'm hearing.
They are admittedly a giant threat to magical secrecy.
It's true.
Especially now that they're marching around with, ogres and stuff.
Yeah. Okay, so we need to do that. But also, I just want to pull the boombox trick in front of Richard's office.
Are you going to play some of Penelope's music?
Yeah.
Because that'll definitely get somebody uppity.
I mean, he's already heard her music. He may not want to admit it, but he has.
It is kind of catchy.
I want to hear the music.
I think he would appreciate just hearing it again. As a reminder of the generosity that Penelope showed him.
Speaking of that, and she'll turn to Waver, how do you feel about music?
Hey, let's slide another fucking mixtape. Wait. Somebody put the mixtape in Aiden's hands.
No.
I want to just pop it out the mouth like an eject tool.
Oh.
I'm not really big on music myself. It can be nice for concentration, but mostly its job is to drown out the students who are bothering me. Just a few in particular.
Out of curiosity, what do you think of the music that old Hither Saxcoat back here has played for you before?
You mean that time she decided it was completely appropriate to blast music outside of my classroom?
Yeah.
Honestly, I was more distracted by how loud it was than any of the lyrics. My understanding is that music is apparently popular with some of the students, although I also understand that apparently it is the first music to be banned in Clock Tower in some time now, which I think might have actually made it more popular.
Really?
Annis does not laugh, but she is visibly trying not to.
Apparently, there's a subculture of people within Clock Tower who have decided to use this as a rallying cry against the previous generation. And quite frankly, while I could care less about music itself, I am all about giving the middle finger to those prats.
Sounds like you'd like Penelope's music.
I imagine I would, at the very least, appreciate its effect. I tried not to get too far into music, as I understand it. A great deal of music has hidden messaging inside of it, and I don't mean in that you play the record backwards nonsense way. I mean that bards exist, and I have met them, and they are quite capable of manipulating the world around them. Stares over at Hither Saxcoat.
I mean, yeah, bards are sneaky.
Well, like I said, that's all the questions I have about the Grail War and just in general.
I'm gonna start erasing the board with my...
Okay, then I have one question.
Yes?
Can we swap phone numbers so I can contact you later if I have any more questions?
Oh, sure, as long as you promise to. If it turns out there's a Grail War, I want to know about it. I need to, at the very least, intercept mail going to certain people I would not want to participate in such a Grail War.
Okay.
I would. There are many people within this building who would, at first opportunity, drop what they're doing, run off, and enter a giant murder battle royale to make a wish that I would not agree with.
Upon hearing that, like, Newton just starts digging, like he takes one of his hands from like under the head area into his saddlebag, and he just like kind of pulls out some herbs and slaps that bad boy into his hand. There's some herbs for that. He's totally not telling Waver to sleepy time these people but he absolutely is. And he would wink, but you can't see it through his soulless eyes.
Perhaps putting them to sleep is, effective, but not the best
I
way to
mean,
encourage them.
I'm just saying, if they show up 5 hours late to a holy I don't know,
I'll be
they
frank,
won't be able to participate.
possibility. It's being considered as one of the ways to fix this thing with the mana. There's a small possibility if, anyone can figure out how to go about, obviously we can't have it in Fuyuki. We as in, everyone, not me. It can't be in Fuyuki, right. So it would need to be moved. There's a lot of things, but there is a small possibility that it could happen.
Interesting. I'm certainly interested in hearing about how, but
so would
sounds to
I.
me like you, with your apparent contacts on the reverse side of the world, might be better connected than I would have expected in general. But yes, of course. And so he pulls out his flip phone and he pulls up a number and he trades numbers with Penelope.
Is he gonna take the herbs? Or?
Is this Yon Sax coat, or would you like me to put a different name in?
Put Yon Sax coat.
Very well. And he sits there, and it takes him a while because he's doing the 12-button thing because it's 2005 and he doesn't have a BlackBerry.
He's still doing pretty good. Newton was gonna say, "I'll send you a letter."
Yeah. You're welcome to send me a letter. Just understand that inevitably someone's going to read it before I get it.
Oh, well, I was going to say, I kind of have to deliver it because I don't know how to deliver it otherwise.
We can...
There might be a horse at your door. I don't think anyone else is going to touch the letter.
Yeah, we have ways of contacting him for you. There's that, hang on, let me roll. There's that electronic mail thing.
Email. Don't worry, guys. We just traded numbers. Sir, if I find out anything, I will text you.
Very good, then. Beyond that, I guess I will ask you this question a bit more bluntly. Are you in contact with the reverse side of the world? Like, currently?
Okay, now I'm gonna roll a thing.
Nope. Let Aiden answer. Nope.
Kind of. Yeah.
That is definitely influential. So you're in contact with the side that has the phantasmal species and possibly some gods, and they don't know what's going on either.
Right.
That is troubling.
Yeah.
I mean, the effects of what that was, honestly, is the most plausible theory everyone's running off of.
But their side is also getting drained.
Yeah.
Oh.
Pretty bad.
That's not good.
All right.
It was already difficult for phantasmal species to exist on this side. It's nigh impossible now for people, for beings that are purely not a bit of human in them, phantasmal.
That's very troubling. I suspect that this is something I'm going to have to get a bit more research in. Is there a ritual that you can use to communicate with the other side, or is that something more specific to the lot of you?
It's a ritual.
Is it one that you're comfortable teaching me, or do we need to make an appointment? Because I would absolutely like to know more about what's going on that side, if only to fill in the gaps. I've only known a few people to go there, and they did not come back.
Oh, please. Beep, 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 beep.
I don't believe anyone other than her can do it.
Right.
Also, just on the meta note, all of you know him saying he's known someone w's gone there is a big deal.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Just throwing that out there as an aside.
Oh yeah, no, kind of currently like, were they also human or were they magical?
He was human and he could see fairies, and fairies took him there, and he did not return, and I suspect he did not survive.
I was gonna say, did he give his name to them? Did he eat their food?
I think that's a little different, but he could see them and communicate with them, and he fell in love with one of them, and that's dangerous.
Oh
No.
yeah, no, that's kind of fair.
The fuck around.
That makes sense.
Wait, he can see fairy, or he could what fairies? What?
He had mystic eyes that allowed it. It allowed him to see fairies, and then a ritual occurred, and it very temporarily opened a larger scale portal to the reverse side of the world, but it had to be closed very quickly because of how dangerous that was for all parties involved. It's part of why I'm concerned about these bubbles popping up.
Yeah, that.
Wait, so
Yeah.
wait, hold on. He was in communication with the Fae?
I don't know
And
that
they-
he was in communication, but he could see them.
He could see them.
Yes.
Here.
And they took him away.
On
They-
our side.
And he didn't come back.
I think he
Well-
chose to go there.
Oh.
I mean, if he went to the other side and he's human,
Unless they
Yeah.
gave him some special protection, my guess would be that he's probably no longer alive.
Warped.
definitely dead.
It would be like walking into the magical equivalent of Chernobyl.
Yeah.
You might be okay for a bit, but eventually it will wear you down.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
not modern Chernobyl, but you know what I mean.
Wait.
Penelope has swiveled back around
Yeah.
to look at Vivi and is just like staring at her like completely wide-eyed, like fuck.
It's like the equivalent of that one area with the no mana for us, just in reverse.
In a manner of sense, yes. Like, it for creatures that rely on mana, the absence of mana is like suffocating.
Yeah.
For creatures that don't need as much mana, going there is like drowning.
Yeah.
Either way you die, it's just a matter of how. Too much or too little of
Yeah.
a thing that you have a very finite capacity for.
Wow, he was really blinded by love.
It does that.
Ooh.
So yeah, Penelope is basically like fully putting her hands on Vivi's hands at this point and is just like, first of all,
Right.
secondly, and she's like whispering this part, should I teach him how to do the thing? Is that a bad idea?
I'm not entirely sure that it's a good idea. If only because... Okay, so the Lord has a bit of a reputation for understanding things too well. And the Fae kind of rely on mystery to exist. So if he understands things, it could actually hurt them.
Okay.
Mind you, I don't think they would let it get that point, and as I understand it, your teacher will only appear if she wants to, so it might not even work.
That's also fair. Okay.
So it's kind of like giving a phone number, but doesn't necessarily mean she'll pick up.
Also true. Do you think I'm gonna get kidnapped to the other side?
I mean, I hope not. Have you made any deals? Have you
No.
eaten any food
Today?
from the other side?
Oh, no.
I mean, I remember they tossed you that apple, but I don't think you ate it.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, remember that? That happened.
Good thing you didn't.
We just chucked it right back.
You sure did.
Good for you. Good for you. So
Right.
those pockets then
Okay.
apparently that you all told me
Step
about.
on waiver.
Did what?
I said,
So those,
what?
you go first, yeah.
Or I was just saying, like, I ran up and it was like, whoop, and then I was like, oh shit, I stepped on waiver.
Ah! That is the noise he made.
So those pockets that you all told me about when I met you all, you're saying that they were actually pockets to the other side and things from the other side were coming out?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ah, I just thought there were pockets in like, not like there was like it was coming from that source, but like potentially like I don't know. You said there was like ghosts and stuff. So I was thinking, oh okay, like undead related, not the other side. That's a problem. That's a big problem.
I would wager that any sort of thing could come through. It's just a matter of how long it would last on this side. Again, it would be suffocating the entire time it's here. I suspect anything that makes it through that doesn't die almost immediately must have some regenerative capacity or other ability to gather mana on its own.
You said there's one in a car dealership?
In France, yes, apparently.
In France, fucking France.
My understanding is that some creatures came through. My assumption is that if they were ogres, they're probably dead. If they were trolls, then it's possible that if they got enough mana, their regenerative properties would allow them to survive a bit. But either way, the bubble is still there. The Mages Association has sort of set up a quarantine around the area. They blamed it on some kind of sickness. The French are probably not happy about it, but they're going to deal with it. The church is not happy about it because, obviously, having supernatural things walking around is against their MO. And right now they may be focused on vampire activities, but eventually they'll get around to it, and then it will be a conflict.
Okay. Well, I think that answers all my questions, and I got this handy-dandy book.
So I can't teach you the ritual. I have to. I can't. I'm sorry.
That's totally understandable. We are all. I'm operating on the assumption that we're all mages here and we all have our secrets. If you could let me know what you find out from the other side, I would be happy to hear it, if only to perhaps fill in some gaps. My group may do a bit of independent research, and likewise, if we find anything that might be useful, either for you or for your contacts on the other side, we'll pass that along as well. I have a feeling that anyone outside of this room is probably not a reliable person to talk to, given if what we're saying is true, the world could be ending.
I mean, it's already in danger, but
We're gonna do our best to stop that from happening. Kind of what druids do.
Is there anything specific you want me to ask them the next time I'm able to contact them?
And so, like, he briefly looks over in the direction of Gray and then back forward. And then he says, if you ever get in touch with anyone from Avalon, I would be fascinated in hearing about it.
Okay.
It is on the reverse side. It is where presumably King Arthur would be waiting. Were King Arthur not predisposed. Suppose we may eventually hit that fabled king under the mountain once in future stuff coming up at some point soon. It's kind of suspicious how many mythologies involve a king coming back in a time of need. At times I've thought that was what the Holy Grail War was actually about, but now I have a feeling it's probably something bigger.
The world is ending. I guess we'll find out.
I'd prefer it didn't personally, but here we are.
Yeah.
Same. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll find out what I can and I'll let you know.
Could you also potentially let us know if you see that that druid that's here return at all?
Which druid are you referring to again?
Gilrath.
Oh, him. Yeah, he's been missing for a bit. I don't know him that well. He's not really one who wanders by my department.
I don't know. If you hear if he comes back or anything, could you just, send a message to Jan Saxcoat?
Jan Saxcoat.
I was thinking about Heather, but Heather is over there.
Yeah,
sure am.
What? Huh?
She said sure am at the response to, but Heather's over there.
Mm-hmm.
And so yeah, he'll I don't imagine I'll hear too much about it, but sure. Do you have a reason to be interested in that fellow? My understanding is that he's been missing for quite a while. Mages tend to just go into seclusion, especially long-lived ones.
He hails from our neck of the woods, and we're
Got some
Oh.
words to say, and
It-
I've got some words.
It's about the secrets that he let go, isn't it?
Oh, you mother fudging bet.
Right. Yeah, it's absolutely between you and them. Like, as noted, I respect that you have secrets. Not all mages do. Yes, if I hear about him appearing, I'll let you know, but I will warn you, he is actually very dangerous, as I understand it.
they always tend to be.
He is further along in his abilities than his lineage would suggest. My understanding is that druids are not as prone to passing along mystic codes since, quite frankly, they live long enough. They don't have to hand things off for a great while. But he has a remarkable amount of ability for someone who is, as far as I can tell, first to second generation. So
I still have words
careful.
to say. Which, back to the class, like, I do think that, we could work hand in hand, like, human mages and phantasmal peeps and, other not as phantasmal looks at, like, the rest. I don't know, I guess humanoid, but not human. But giving out secrets and causing damages? Hell
Has he
no.
been causing damages?
Mistreating plants.
He's trying to, like, vaguely, when he says damages, he's not letting on this motherfucker has a whole ass thing that is absolutely damaging to those plants.
When you can talk to plants, it becomes a whole lot more scummy to be mean to them. That's all I'm saying.
Absolutely.
Oh, is this like when people learn how to talk to animals and then become vegan?
Something like that.
Got it. Yeah, my understanding is that Mage Gilrath is quite powerful, but also that he's a bit more of a spore druid, a bit more mushroomy, but incredibly strong for it. I'm not entirely sure what the full scope of his abilities are because I haven't interacted with him, but he's reached a sufficiently high level that I would not take him lightly.
Look, from what I've learned, apparently neither human or not human magic users apparently lift. So it won't be magic. I'm going to use my fists. JK, I will not. There's going to be sock puppets on them. And then we're going to reenact the scenario of what he did and how wrong it was.
I'm certain that will be an entertaining thing, assuming he doesn't teleport away.
Well, if
he is among the rare ones who can do that.
Oh, well, I was going to say, he's going to end up in a halfling farm.
As you mentioned before, some people seem to be able to walk through trees and get to other places, and I know that's one of his abilities because, quite frankly, it's rare here in Clock Tower. We don't have a lot of people that can do that.
I'm going to have them sock puppets ready, like, in the bag. He's already ready.
Oh my god.
This is how he de-escalates things. When I say he fights with his fists, them hands come out, the googly eyes are attached. It's therapy time.
But in total seriousness to all of you, be careful when looking into Holy Grail Wars. Of the many of them that have occurred, there are 2 known survivors, and I would wager that anyone who was in the 5th one is either dead or missing to such an extent that we may never find them. So do not tread lightly even on the subject of it. Anyone willing to participate in one at this point wants something enough to kill for it,
That's
even
fair.
knowing all of the risk.
Thank you for that. That is actually very sound advice.
Quick quick break real quick?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is fair. We've been going for a few hours.
It seems like
I mean,
we're
we've
wrapping.
we've only
Yeah.
been going for like an hour.
Yeah.
It seems like it's wrapping up the convo with.
Yeah.
With him at least, yeah.
Yeah,
I figured this was like
We're approaching about 2 hours on the stream.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
We started early, remember?
Yeah, a little bit after 7.
it was like 7:30.
Yeah.
So yeah, like
But
if
yeah.
we would like to wrap, we can. Otherwise, we can just take a quick break and then we can pick up again.
I was gonna say,
Yeah.
I'm cool to keep playing.
Me too.
I just
Me
need a
too.
quick break.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. I will put up the be right back message.
Hey. I'm gonna grab snack.
Intermission.
Intermission. Everyone on YouTube, enjoy this picture of Reen looking at a TV.
BRB.
Also,
Okay.
I had to double check his age in case files. Now he's actually still older than Aiden.
Yeah.
And Agnes.
Yep. And we are back to live, by the way. Just before anyone gives away their credit card numbers.
Oh shit.
8675309.
911.
I mean, that's not enough numbers, but also that's Jenny's number, and you know, you
I
got
love
it.
how, like, wildly different both of those things were.
One had intelligence behind it, and the other.
They were very Ennis and Iden responses.
Oh my.
Oh my god.
All right, I'm gonna minimize these gifs before they distract me now.
That's fair. That's fair. I can't help but stare at the one. That is a very sexy half face.
For the internet who doesn't
Fucking-
know, we're looking at a gif of it's a looping gif of Lord El-Melloi II smoking, but he kind of looks like he's putting out a Tom's the Tank Engine amount of smoke because it keeps looping.
Choo choo, motherfuckers.
Some Hogwarts Express up in here.
I was about to say something very not PG.
Ooh.
Anyway,
I mean, I'm not saying that this entire franchise is based on a porn game or anything, but
I mean, I'd let that man rail me. Hey!
it's called mana transfer.
Choo choo!
Oh, fate is weird.
whole new meaning to Rail Zeppelin.
Yeah, okay. I was thinking it. I was gonna say it.
Oh,
Anyway.
something,
back to my
something,
earlier
Grace
question.
note, whatever. That show has an incredibly long title.
It really does.
Lord El-Melloi II Case Files Grace Note Rail Zeppelin. Like,
Led
Damn.
Zeppelin? What? I'm just...
no, that's from JoJo. It's different.
That's
different.
the sequel.
Led Zeppelin would be JoJo. Now, if JoJo ever gets a D20 game, I'm there because
Oh
I
my
need to
God,
pick some
JoJo.
random songs, but
Yes.
that'll be a different day. So yeah, we're back. We're hanging out with Waver again, and sounds like the most of you have cycled through all your questions.
Yep.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, so as things are dying down, Johnny is actually gonna raise her hand. Oh, yes, the American tiefling. Yes, my name is Scarlet Pumpkin Tickle. Of course it is. Of course it is. And
Hi,
I
Scarlet.
have a completely unrelated question, but you seem like somebody who might know it. What do you do when you have a problem with a dead apostle? Do you have a problem with a dead apostle? Hypothetically. Hypothetically.
Stares at Johnny.
Hypothetically, I suppose it would depend on how much the dead apostle's paying attention to you and which dead apostle. My understanding is that some of them are very meticulous in pursuing their goals with no regard for anything around them. One of them is a tree. And
Oh, yeah, we know about that one.
oh, you too, huh? Did you end up in a forest of doom?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, we had to go through that too.
In
What?
was yours in Germany?
No, although it was kind of hard to. We were riding a train and it came to us.
I want a tree
We
friend.
rode a train.
It was not a friend. You don't want that.
We ended up encountering the tree on a train, or we weren't on the train when we encountered the tree, but
We were on a train, and then we went to the tree.
Yeah, in our case, it was literally the tree appeared on the tracks and surrounded us, and the train had to stop, and we had to go through a whole thing. We had to
That
like
didn't-
cut off some ley lines. It was a big mess.
Not ideal.
But-
Weird how that's happened twice.
That tree is a problem. But it's a bit outside of my pay grade. My understanding is that trying to stop the actual one is nearly impossible. But it
We
doesn't
were-
spawn that often.
Grenades and oil.
yeah,
Did you fight the real one, or did you fight one of its spawn?
we fought the a child of Enosh.
Right. Yes, that's different. Those you can kill. The real one, even if you burn it to the ground, it will regrow later.
Well, we threw grenades at it. It was fun.
That sounds like a reasonable course of action, if I'm being honest. I don't normally carry grenades, but if I was there, that's one of your answers. So you want to know how to deal with a dead apostle? Grenades is a starting point.
It would depend on the apostle.
My understanding, though, is that they're unkillable, or they have to be met with an incredibly powerful other force. For the most part, we sort of sit back and hope they kill each other.
Do you need some grenades, Johnny?
I mean, maybe, but I'm afraid the one that I'm aware of is... I don't really need to kill it. I just would like to maybe fall off of its radar, if at all possible.
Is it the one I'm thinking of?
How many do you know?
At this point...
It's not a tree.
So if it's not the tree, then there's two possibilities.
Oh, it's the one you're probably thinking of.
And she just, like, mimes, like, fiddling.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Duly noted.
Oh, is it the bod one?
What?
The bod dead apostle? No, just it's a side thing. It's not that, but yeah, I'm trying to maybe get out of the attention of the one that actually cares about people. Oh, you're talking about Von Finn, right? I assume you're talking about the one who like runs the media, everything, right? Yeah, that's the one. Right. For the most part, he seems to be a businessman. Clock Tower sort of looks the other way as long as he's not getting into too much trouble. And honestly, I think if he were to get into too much trouble, we'd still look the other way. It's a bit outside of our weight class. But he is a reasonable one, at least. He can be reasoned with. If he's got some kind of deal or contract with you or something of that sort, I recommend getting a good lawyer and negotiating the proper way. He seems to respect that. One of my students ran afoul of him once and survived. So I would wager that as long as you entertain him and give him an idea that he's getting more later, if he eases up on something now, you should get as well as you can hope for. He is an immortal being and he seems to be patient. Right, okay. Johnny doesn't look quite as appeased by that, but she doesn't really have a lot else to reach for right now. Right, okay.
Scooting around. Leans over. Taps Johnny on the shoulder.
Oh, yes?
Alright, and this is whispering again. So what are you thinking?
Mostly I'm thinking that even if I, win a music contest or whatever, I think I literally made a deal with the stand-in for a devil. And even if I get back the stuff that, he promised me for it, I'm feeling a little less comfortable with it now.
We'll talk after we leave here.
Okay.
Cool.
But yes, that's about all I can really think of there. Like I said, if there are ways to break contracts, but unfortunately, if you have a contract with him and you were to find a way to break it, you would get more of his attention. You probably don't want that. No, that's fair. I think I'll stick with the more political solution. You travel in interesting circles, all of you, if you're dealing with dead apostles in the reverse side of the world, and apparently potentially heroic spirits and a centaur.
This has been, how many hours has it been since, this, I guess, afternoon is when
Like since
you met them? Because they're coming back.
Since you met them today?
Yep. It's
and
been.
now know a lot of their secrets?
I didn't admit a lot of them.
We've known you for 5 hours.
At most.
Yeah, I'll advance the
He's
clock a little
only
bit.
given the general area of his backwater area, and that he is not, in fact, a horse.
It's true.
He has given away very little, actually.
It's true. Really all that you know is that he's from Sherwood. But
Even
not a
then-
part of Sherwood that Annis has ever been.
I mean, and he doesn't doesn't know everything on our end.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
definitely true. I just find it really funny. Like, can we trust Lord El-Melloi? Anyway, horse.
Anyways,
Oh,
it's like I don't know. I met them 5 hours ago. I've never dealt with dead apostles. Yeah.
Grandpap trusts him, and he's from Sherwood. Done. Anna's trusting
Hey.
his wife.
And then Annis trusts him, so Penelope trusts him.
And he likes both of them because, you know, they're not human. He's like, and they've helped me out in the past 5 hours. It's pretty trustworthy.
You can kind of hear over your shoulder Vivi sort of turning to Johnny and going, so do
He's
you
also
trust the
dumb.
horse? She's like, I've never really met a bad horse. Fair enough.
He's only a half horse, though.
Oh, snap.
I mean, having, you know, he let me ride him, so he's good in my book.
Hey.
That's a fair point. He let me ride him, too. All right.
Speaking of which, yeah, like I mentioned, I'm not supposed to be here. So what time of day is it by chance?
It's around 6 p.m.
Oh, ooh, it's getting pretty late.
It is getting a little late.
You never saw me here, good sir. And
I
Just gonna
don't
take
think
this
I can
book?
deny that all of my students saw a horse disrupt my class.
oh, you saw a horse. They saw a horse, but
Well, I'm not telling anyone that I'm speaking with phantasmal species. That just
Oh, that's fair.
leads to more problems.
That's definitely fair.
It's part of why
the
we're
horse must
warding
go.
the room.
That's fair. I'm gonna take this book and he just slides it through the mouth.
We probably should be heading out.
Have a good day, evening. Nice to meet you. Had fun in class. I did both my assignments. I made friends and just...
Tomar, we're leaving.
All right. Have a good one.
All right, everybody stop moving. Because I had to do a perception check for everybody in the room. And some of you got big numbers, so I actually have to do something with it.
Oh, I hope big number.
All right, applying these things in order and pulling up your stats.
Oh no.
I hope I saw things with my beautifully dead eyes.
All right, so I'm going to share some numbers with all of you just to give you context because I am not pulling these out of nowhere. So first up, Hemlock managed to score a 15 on a perception check. Aiden managed to hit a 14.
Hey.
Johnny. Oh man, all of these characters. Johnny managed to hit a 17.
Ooh.
Damn.
Vivi managed to hit a... Oh, this is bard math. Vivi hit a 24.
Jesus.
Good for her.
Did it.
Annis, by the way, everyone rolled at least a 10, which is insane. Because I rolled 6 dice. Annis managed to hit a 16.
Hey.
And then there's Penelope.
Oh no.
And Penelope managed to hit a natural 20.
Oh.
Which means
Halfling luck.
Penelope hit the threshold for this.
Holy shit.
Oh my god.
So as you're turning to leave the room, the only people that hit the number, the really high number for this, are the halflings.
Oh my god, I love that.
And so as you're sort of stepping around, and Lord El-Melloi is going back over to his desk to, like, you know, put down his cigar before he makes too much of a mess of the room. there's a bit of a shimmer in front of one of the mirror, or not the mirrors, the windows. And Penelope is the only player character who can see this, but look in the top right corner of the room.
Somebody was spying.
Uh-oh.
Now we'll zoom in on the home view for anyone watching at home. And so, Penelope, as you're turning and walking, you and Vivi at the same time catch that glimmer and turn your heads, and you can see this old man with a beard and some scraggly looking hair and this incredible, almost arrogant looking smile on his face. And I'm going to go ahead and share that picture with people so that everyone can know what he looks like, because his little token's tiny. Caterpie is not the old man. That would be the ultimate plot twist. Where are you at?
Got a very nice beard.
Yeah. So here is the actual picture through the magic of Fate Grand Order.
Oh no. Does not look like a friendly person.
I know that craft essence.
You should. It's like the best one in the game. But the real question is, do you know who that is?
I don't think I do.
Hey, am I not getting pictures again? Oh, there we go.
Yeah, it just takes a minute. I did not pre-share this one because the odds of one of you nat 20ing was so low. But one of you did.
Whoa.
Because you had to nat 20 or break a 25 to do it. Which is pretty much nat 20 at this level. So, yeah. So that's a dude. And he's looming in and he's sort of smiling a little bit. And Penelope, no one but Vivi seems to see him. He's not saying anything. He's just sort of leaning against that window and watching as everybody turns to leave.
She's gonna sidle up beside Lord El-Melloi and just like tap him on the arm.
Yes.
Do you see?
Are you pointing at him?
No, she's whispering. She's not pointing, but she's like looking in that direction. Who is that?
Okay, I'm gonna give him a roll now. But since he's getting pointed at it, he has a little bit of help.
Is there a way for me to give him bardic inspiration?
You can try.
Actually, if you, yeah.
You can try.
She's gonna, okay, yeah, I'm gonna try and give him bardic inspiration. Be like,
Oh shit.
just look, like right up there, that guy. You know who that is, right? Who is that?
Wow, your inspiration actually mattered.
Yeah.
I mean, it usually does, but it really mattered in this case because both of his rolls were not good. But
Oh no.
Between his abilities and your inspiration, he got there. So yeah, as this is going on, Annis and Aiden, like, you know, you're sort of shuffling around to leave. Gray is about to rotate the thing on the back of the door that seemed to complete the silence on the room. And Lord El-Melloi, upon hearing this from Penelope, looks over in that direction and makes eye contact in exactly the place where you were pointing. And then he goes, fuck.
Oh. Just turns around.
Tell me, what brings the wizard marshal and master of the second true magic to my classroom today, sir? And now everyone can see him.
Oh.
He's smirking now, and he's just sort of leaning there, but now everyone can see him. Well, truth be told, I wanted to see a centaur. There's only so many left.
Waves hand out mouth. Hello.
That everyone be very polite. He's possibly the most dangerous person in the world.
Gets closer to the door.
Gray is not moving.
Open the door, please.
I think it would be rude, and I think we don't want to upset the wizard marshal. Especially because he's apparently here to see a centaur.
That's fair. Are you here only to see a centaur, or was there more?
I mean, truth be told, it's a habit of mine to keep an eye on important events, and this is one of them. I don't want to give too much away, given, the more I tell people, the more trouble it seems to bring them sometimes. But
So, are you like a prophecy seer? I guess I don't know. I don't know what the terms are for your people, but you're like always around big events and stuff, and you know things.
El-Melloi sort of says under his breath in your direction, "Congratulations, you've just met another dead apostle." Yes, well, as it happens, I have a bit of a reputation that I'm sure the Lord can fill you all in on later. Just let it be said that I'm rooting for all of you, because there are not many frames within the kaleidoscope where I can see a centaur. This is one of the few left, and it is a flickering candle, so...
Well, shit. He seems pretty cool. All right, he's gonna go around. Let me through. Oh, it's closed. Open. Dang you, tables.
Penelope's gonna run after Aiden. Now I'm stuck. Oh shit. Oh, shit.
Classroom assignment time.
Before he gets up there.
Would you like some candy?
Ooh, do you have candy?
I got candy, and he takes it out, and he passes it to him, because when can this dude say he saw a centaur and got candy from him?
I do miss your people.
Me too.
And
He takes the candy.
back down.
Making friends, and just like fucking fist pumps inside the head piece. Just like you just see like an arm movement under.
If Annis or Penelope would like to make a history check based on the context clues they now have.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
But Aiden is not smart, so I'm not going to
Aiden wouldn't
try
know.
for him
This
to
is
roll
not
this.
something Aiden would have been told.
Nope.
That's a natural 15.
Nice.
Oh. That's an 11.
All right. So Penelope, you would know just from the fact that he was referred to as the Wizard Marshal and Master of the Second True Magic, that this guy is a sufficiently big deal in the world of mages, especially arcane mages like yourself, because he, like, as Aiden's book says, magecraft is not magic. This guy has magic. This guy has actual legitimate magic. Specifically, he has the second magic. As noted, there are only 5 known magics, and they're all shrouded in mystery. He's the only person who has got magic and seems to actually talk about it. He is, like, off of your 11, you know that he is very old, and that he is, among other things, capable of moving between worlds.
Oh.
Like, that's what the second magic is about. It's about moving between realities. He's a big deal. With your 15, Annis, like, you knew those things, but you also know from your druidic training and upbringing that this man saved the world a long time ago. Specifically, he was fighting a vampire, like the big one, like the biggest and most dangerous vampire, and the biggest and most dangerous vampire made a copy of the moon and threw it at the earth.
Huh.
And this guy blocked it and destroyed the fake moon and the vampire that did it. So, like, in terms of walking power scales, he's about as high up as you could expect him to be, for just a being that still interacts with humans. But also for context, since you both know that this guy moves between worlds and is capable of doing that, the idea that he says he's rooting for you and that a candle is flickering in the wind doesn't bode well for the entire universe.
That's a rude comment. I think we're a pretty swell team.
You can tell from getting close to this guy that he is incredibly
handsome.
Well, I mean, obviously, but he's incredibly real to you.
Oh, cool.
Like, if most of the world around you is looking at television, then on top of television, certain older things that you have encountered from, your backstory are more high definition. They feel more real. They feel more complex. They have more mystery to them. They have more importance to them and all of that stuff. But if the world is normal television and those people are HD,
He's in 8K.
This is a person standing in front of a television levels of real. He is beyond what you've ever actually experienced in terms of people.
Got like hand is like reflexively coming out of the mouth hole. He has to stop himself from touching this dude. Like,
I mean, he took your candy. He's currently eating your candy.
Sir, not to be rude, are you dead or alive? Dead apostle sounds like you wouldn't very much, but you look very real, very alive.
Oh, I'm unfortunately both.
Oh.
I was bitten by a vampire that I was in the process of killing, so I am alive, but not entirely.
You're looking great. Just thumbs up.
Thank you. You're looking very well yourself for a centaur wearing a horse head.
Thank you. It's my disguise. Like, it just kind of whispers it to him.
It's a good one.
I'm so glad somebody appreciates it. It's got my own hair for the mane. It took so much work.
Do you enjoy being an undercover horse?
It's been pretty great so far. I've lasted the whole day.
That's good. I'll tell you what. And he reaches over to your fake horse head and he pulls out of nowhere, like the way cartoon characters do. He just sort of reaches behind something you can't quite see. And he pulls out from behind your ear a tiny little scroll, and then he sticks it in your horse mouth.
Whoa. That was awesome.
Consider this some homework from the class that you are apparently attending today.
Oh, yeah. I got this book.
This is something that you might enjoy. It's a little trick that I learned from Chiron. It might take you some time to figure out, but if you can get it, it'll make your life a bit easier.
Oh, thanks.
It's for the candy.
Oh, yeah, no problem. I got a whole nother handful if you need some more.
No, I'm good. You should save that for other friends, perhaps, but...
Oh, yes.
Sorry to intrude, everyone. I just wanted to keep an eye out. I've been to many branches, and this is one of the few that still has elves, centaurs, and halflings. Suspiciously more than you would expect have tieflings, but regardless.
Well, that's just an American.
Oh, a lot of them have Americans, but not as many as you would think. I went to one where there wasn't an America. That was just more Britain.
I already likes this guy.
But I should probably be moving along. You've all got a lot of work to do, and as fun as it is to watch in, it's really It's a shame to disrupt the show.
So, when I finish this homework, how do I tell you?
When you finish this homework, that will be the reward in and of itself. I'll know.
Oh, okay.
And then he does reach behind your fake horse mask, and he rubs against your real horse hair on it. And then as he does this, everyone else watching along can see this old man, like, rubbing away at like the fake horse head, and then in an instant he's gone. The horse is still here. Just clarifying.
Damn.
But the old man disappears as he's rubbing the head. It's almost like when you're watching a movie and it just does a jump cut. He's just not there anymore.
He was very happy. He was nuzzling into that hand.
The fuck just happened?
I don't know. I like that guy.
I think we were just given a warning.
To the desk and is kind of like slumped over it in disbelief.
I thought these guys were supposed to be like bad from your stories.
Congratulations, you met the only one of them to consistently side with humanity.
Oh. He gave me homework. Woo!
Be careful with that, just so you know. He does that from time to time. He gives someone access to something that they'll possibly find useful, but it can take hundreds of years and several generations to figure out what he's trying to do. And if whatever he's giving you goes badly, you might die.
Well, it sounds like I gotta study. Hopefully it's not written in common. I mean, I can read it, but it'd be preferable in other languages.
Yeah, do you want to take a look at it?
I actually do. It's like in his mouth, so he's just kind of like hand in, like... I mean, can the whole class see? Is it supposed to be like my eyes only? How does he?
That's up to you. He didn't specify.
Mr. Melloi II, sir. In your experience, does one share with the class, or is this like bad things happen if I open the scroll in front of other people?
I have no idea. I've never received a thing from him. I've heard of some families taking it to heart when they're given his instructions, and quite honestly, if he gave it to you, then it's probably something that he would like you to look into.
Okay, he just opens it inside his mouth. So you see like the head just kind of like if the horse neck had gone all the way up.
Yeah.
So it's very unnatural looking. Let me just try and see if it's in a tongue that I know.
So what you find on the inside of this thing is there are no words. But it's kind of like more of a blueprint type thing. Oh. There's a bunch of geometry going on here.
Oh, no.
And it's got a lot of little runic scribbles all over the thing. This looks really, really complicated to you, almost like... if you were given a lot of math, like an entire book of geometry, where the paper was transparent, so you're looking down, and so it's overlapping itself in a billion places.
Oh no, it's my biggest weakness. Math.
Penelope's gonna go up to Iden. Can I see? He doesn't know if he's supposed to share it or not.
He would have probably told you not to share it if you weren't supposed to.
Oh, that's fair. You're right. Usually they come with instructions like that. Yeah, there's a lot of shapes, and you just like hand out the mouth, and like you kind of see it as it drops towards like it's kind of hanging from his hand, from his mouth now.
Yeah, Penelope's gonna reach up and grab it.
Yep.
It is a lot of shapes,
as described.
Can I roll Arcana to see if I understand anything on it?
Yeah.
I was gonna ask, are the ruins like they're specifically like a different set of ruins? Like they're not like a language. Damn.
Wow, that was really sitting for a while too.
Yeah. Oh.
Penelope out here fucking rolling tonight.
Okay. Yeah, so there's a bunch of runes on it, but as Penelope is identifying now, these aren't runes like the ones that you get out of the runes of Odin or the ones of Irish mythology or any of that stuff, which is a big whole thing that we're not going to go into, but have fun with the Type Moon Wiki if you want to look at that.
Yeah.
But instead, one thing that Penelope can make out of it, like looking over the whole thing, is that you have seen something very vaguely like one of the symbols on this before. Very vaguely. Like, and you're placing it in your head that it kind of reminds you of let me get to you a picture, because I actually have pictures for these things.
Hey.
Live the dream. Wow, I have a lot of pictures.
He's just looking at her like, yeah, it's a lot to take in. Him and his -1 intelligence.
Oh god.
Just stares at this sheet like, I ain't gonna even roll for this. It's too much. Why did he give me math homework?
Let me just verify that I have this set up correctly, because it's a picture that I have not shared with you yet. Yeah. So you have seen one of these symbols on this thing actually recently. And just making sure nothing is too identified. Like, I would really hate to give everything away by forgetting to do that.
That's fair. That's really fair.
Yeah, it looks like this thing.
It's the sun.
Oh god, where do I recognize it from?
You recognize that from the Lupin party.
I thought so.
Oh, was that okay? Was that in one of the things in the case? Not the case. The like the special room.
So that was the one item that was never claimed out of the entire party.
Oh.
Because that is the thing that Lupin said was responsible for messing up that cafe, and then no one wanted to gamble for it. So it stayed with the guy who was just doing the fake gambling game.
Huh.
It was the one game that no one really wanted to mess with because no one wanted this random coin that does random crap. That symbol is among the hundreds of symbols floating around on this thing.
Aiden, do you mind if I borrow this for a second? I'll give it right back.
Okay.
Okay. Gonna run over to Annis. Annis!
Yes?
Look at this. And she shows her the paper. Points at the coin, or the symbol that was on the coin.
Do I need to roll to see if I even can comprehend it?
The symbol, no. If you want to try to comprehend the entire piece, yes.
What would that be? Arcana?
It'd still be Arcana, yeah.
Nope.
So how's your day going?
What?
That's not bad.
15 to comprehend.
Yeah, so Penelope pointing this one item out among the greater thing gives you a very slight amount of context that, she didn't have before she found it. And it's one of those weird things, like, you can tell from all of the random runes and stuff all over it that it's not the kind of magecraft that druids use, like, at all.
Oh.
It's not, like, nature-based. Except near that coin, there's a very tiny script running around it that does look like druidic. And with your roll, you can piece together that the Druidic around this legitimately says horse.
Well, that's the symbol from that coin, I think, but it just says horse around it.
I'm a horse.
What even is you?
I think he mentioned Chiron, didn't he?
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
Chiron. I'm gonna roll history. I know who Chiron is.
Yeah.
I think Annis will also roll his.
Go for it.
Mr. Professor, sir.
Sorry.
There it is.
Wait, I want to do it now. Now that everyone's rolling really bad,
Sure.
I want to roll. Why not?
Roll with advantage for you.
With me?
Like
Specifically for Aiden.
Really?
Roll your history with advantage.
Shit, how do I roll with advantage?
Click the little ADV button in the bottom left corner and then roll.
Wait, ADV? Okay, and then...
And then you just click on history on your skill list.
Okay.
How did you roll 2 10s?
Can I get a do-over?
No, you rolled 2 10s.
That should count for something.
Nope, you're all kind of like...
Snake eyes.
So, because Penelope was the one who got to a 10, Penelope seems to recall that Chiron is affiliated with Greek mythology, but she's a little fuzzy on the details.
Professor, sir?
Yes?
Do you know anything about a Chiron, or do you have books on ruins? I think I'm going to need to borrow it.
Do you... absolutely, but I think I'll probably defer to the person from archaeology for this one. Looks back over at Vivi.
Hither Saxcoat, ma'am?
Yeah, Chiron is the centaur from the Trojan War.
Oh, shit. Another centaur.
Now that you heard that, it's sort of clicking like, you're right. I have heard about a named famous centaur. Singular.
Look, to be fair, he got overwhelmed by the blueprints.
Yeah.
And
it's a lot. It's a lot.
Fucking double 10s.
Yeah, he was more of a teacher than a fighter. God, which voice is that? That's Vivi. God, no. I'm hitting that point in the show again. Yeah, he was more of a teacher than a fighter, but yeah, he was the mentor for a lot of major Greek heroes. He taught Achilles. He taught Hercules at one point, I think. But yeah, he was a centaur.
Nice.
That might be why you reminded him of that.
Hell yeah.
Why is the word horse written in Druidic?
Druidic?
Yeah, in a circle around that symbol from the coin.
I don't know a lot about Druidic.
Most people don't.
Guess whose fault that is?
I don't know. Vivi, can you... Or Heather, I did not say Vivi. Heather, can you look at this and tell me if you recognize anything from this?
She can try to roll.
Does she have like a book on ruins? Was that his answer as well, or like did he actually have a book of ruins that he could borrow?
Well, mostly he was answering the question about who Chiron was.
Who Chiron? Okay. Professor,
all right,
sir.
Let's see how Vivi does on this. This should be interesting.
Double 10s.
Hey.
Oh, after all those perception rolls, like nobody breaks 10. Oh wow, there's a lot going on here.
Yeah, no,
this,
we're all.
This looks like maybe the mage known for seeing multiple realities at once forgot that we can't. I think this might be a long-term project, but
oh, absolutely.
If I was gonna make a guess about Druidic and horse, like I don't know Druidic, but maybe it's the trick to turning into a horse, or turning a horse into a Greek mythology hero. I don't know. He said it was some Chiron trick. Might be worth looking into. Could be worth the research.
Which leads back to Professor, sir, do you have a book on ruins?
On runes?
Yeah, there's like a bunch of them on there, and I don't know any of them.
Unfortunately, not. It's not really my department. You'll have to work with the. Like, I do modern magecraft. Like, if anything, I'm the one who's gonna be one of the ones who's actually figuring out how to maybe Google things.
Which department do I need to go to?
Hers, the archaeology department, would be
Oh,
a best bet.
okay, so it is yours. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I guess we're gonna have to go do that, huh?
Yeah. But also, it's like 6 o'clock, and
Yeah, that might have to be a tomorrow thing because I have a feeling that, well, for starters, I've got to grade things, which professionalism. But also, I've got this general sense of foreboding about the fact that someone who can see infinite universes says that ours is fucked.
I don't know. He said he was rooting for us. It sounds pretty good.
I mean, I suppose that would be a bit confidence inspiring in its own way.
Yeah, it means we're gonna do great things.
Meanwhile, Lord El-Melloi is going to walk over and talk to Gray for a second because that's some conversation time for them.
Oh, yeah. I want to listen in.
I mean, Hemlock is.
That's fair.
So you've got to grade papers again?
I should, but I might be changing my priorities a bit in light of that. Gestures at the window where he was.
Yeah.
Do you mind if I take the scroll back and tuck it away safely?
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
back.
I gotta keep that safe. That's kind of like... And then just tucks it in his little saddlebag.
Dennis has climbed over and is just sitting down now and kind of just staring.
It's in the saddlebag that it doesn't have candy in it. The important saddlebag.
Gave my candy to candy I made.
Seemed like you liked it. Which means you
Oh.
did a great job making candy. It is some good candy. It's hard candy, but good candy. Speaking of which, can I have some more candy?
When we get back to the shop,
Penelope is just double face palming at this point. And is like, we are so fucked.
I don't know. I think that gave us a bonus on our side. Who doesn't like candy?
we're gonna have so much to talk about in Sherwood.
Oh.
We're gonna have so much to talk about when we get back to the shop.
Ugh.
This has been the craziest 20 minutes of my life, and
An hour. And some change. This has been the craziest
day.
I didn't think I'd say that after we went to that one party.
This has been the best day ever.
Out loud, but
I thought the horse was going to be the weirdest thing about today.
yeah.
This is a bit Halloween early, isn't it? I mean, we got ghosts and vampires.
We've got ghosts, we've got vampires, we got horses. Oh.
I want to do this again.
At least the plants didn't attack us.
That's true. That silver linings, honestly.
I made friends today.
You know what? Yes. Also a good thing. Yes. Yes. And we also made a friend today.
Speaking of which, is that like an open book on his desk?
I mean, there's a book sitting open on his desk.
He's gonna leave a little like friendship hoof print on there, so
On the book?
On the book.
Okay.
It'll be like, when you make a goodbye card for somebody. Like, had a good day. Boop. From your friend, the horse. Or like, A+ teaching. Would recommend. Hoof print.
What are you doing to my lesson plan?
Nothing?
I see.
What a great day. Have a good one. Bye. Hey, Gray, you want to open this door?
So, is it okay? Do you want me to stop the horse? No, I think they're done for the moment. Yes, let me know if you find out anything else. I have to go do a lot of foreboding research, and we actually have a policy here where we have to tell people whenever Zelrech appears because he tends to make everything complicated. So I've got more work to do now. Oh shit, I have to
no.
do that too, don't I?
We need to find you a different job.
But I'm so close to maybe eventually being able to go see the dragon.
You know what? That's fair. You do what you need to.
But yeah, I think I'm gonna skip out on the whole grading things tonight. It seems a little bit less important.
Just give everybody
A B minus.
everybody a pass.
You will do no such thing. They must own it. Hey, I don't tell you how to run your class. You interrupted my class. That's fair.
Okay, well, I will grade all the papers and I give them all a pass.
I don't think that's how that works.
Um.
But okay. Oh, archaeology.
The fun part is I don't know shit about archaeology.
Hey, just put smiley face, put the gold stars on them and call it a day.
Yeah.
Honestly, if they learn a little bit less, it might be fine. I think your archaeology department is maybe second most likely to result in students who eventually get sealing designations. So you know what? Sure. Maybe stunt that a little bit. I don't appreciate your implication there, sir.
I don't. Oh.
At any rate, I've got work to do, and it sounds like you've all got your fair share of things, including possibly the fate of the world. So, Gray, yes, you can let them go now.
It was nice meeting you, Gray.
Right.
And he just like hand through mouth, pats on head.
Thank you for the lecture.
This is very strange.
Sorry
and then she
for
rotates the thing and unlocks the door.
everything. Sorry for everything.
I'm not sorry at all. This has been the best day ever.
Can I try a sleight of hand thing?
Sure.
You gonna steal his cigars? I'm just kidding.
No. Yes,
I'm
I'm stealing a cigar. No. She's going to try and slip a CD into either Lord El-Melloi's pocket or into Gray's pocket.
Okay.
Yes.
Which one? It determines who's rolling to see if they notice.
Ow. Jelly.
You know what? Let's go for Gray.
Okay.
Mostly because, yeah, let's go for Gray.
And then you hear the demon from within. Oh, a mixtape.
I mean, you might.
14.
I should really keep her character sheet handy while we're doing stuff.
Oh yeah. How many days do I have to complete this homework?
I mean, he said like it sometimes takes generations.
Oh,
so-
not that one. The magic is not magic book. Was there like a return date, like a hard return date, or like?
Just give it a read. And then whenever you're done with it, just, I guess one of them can explain mail to you. Okay, so yeah, you go and you reach in to like put it in her pocket because like she's wearing her roby thing. Actually, just for context, I will post her picture again because it's been a little bit.
Yeah, great.
Get all that mileage out of that granddaughter art. So, where are you finding pockets is my first question.
Just slide it into the back of her hood. Right in the fuzz.
You know what? Yeah, right in the fuzz.
Right in the fuzz? Okay.
Right in the fuzz.
Yeah. Because I don't see anywhere there could be a pocket.
Gray is designed for cosplay, which means she gets no pockets.
Yep.
Ugh, a crime.
Yep. So, okay, you try to slip, it's like a full CD.
You know, it's like the little CD case.
Okay, you try to slide the CD jewel case under, or slip case or whatever case you're using, under the fluffy part behind her. And as you do so, unfortunately, like, that area doesn't go as far in as you were hoping. So it falls out and down her back. But before it can even hit the chair that she's sitting on, Gray's left hand goes behind her back and catches it. And then you don't know where it went, but it disappears.
Hey, mission complete.
She winks at Gray and then just keeps moving on.
Gray keeps her hood down.
Look, that demon's about to have some good fucking music, okay?
Let's go.
All right, who wants to hop on my back? It's horse time again.
Horse time!
I'm going to make the assumption that Annis is putting her wig back on.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not going to hold it against you that you made that decision a week and 3 hours ago.
Yeah.
Just making sure that everyone's back into costume.
Yep.
Cool. So, yep, you are welcome. You are horsed up. You are ready to go. And you step outside. And when you do, the person you asked to wait is waiting.
Oh, no.
No,
Luvia.
like, to be fair, I passed her a note asking her to go to the potion shop later. But
You did. And then Penelope tried to convince her to stick around. And she said she'd wait outside.
Wait, did I?
I'm pretty sure you did.
She failed at it, though.
Yeah, you didn't succeed at getting her to stay. But she mentioned that she'd had to go. But you got her interest.
I think
Hey.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, did Annis do that? I remembered one of you did that.
Mm.
Got it. I know you got her a note. But yeah, she's just been sort of looming outside the room.
Hey. I can't do jack shit right now.
There. Boom.
Let me yeah, pull the screen.
Did you have a good chat?
Yay.
eh,
quite informative.
That's good. So I read your note, and I would be certainly interested in seeing that later, but I just thought I would ask first, what's the deal with the horse?
Nay.
This is my horse.
Yeah, he's just very intelligent.
He's a horse.
Also on the horses, Vivi. I see. Well, you're certainly interested. You got my interest there. I won't hold you up. I just have a tendency to stick around whenever people visit the Lord who might be up to something. But you seem to have left on your own, so I won't worry about it. I will be visiting. She holds up the piece of paper. How's tomorrow work for you?
Works fine for me, Luvia.
Oh, you remember my name. Very good. And you were, Market, was it?
Yep, Market Foxby.
Wonderful. Wait, are you related to the other Foxbys? Or is it a coincidence?
It's a coincidence.
Ah, I imagine you get that a lot, what with all of their prestige.
Yep.
Oh, very good then. I guess I will see you there tomorrow.
Hey.
You'll see Annis there tomorrow.
Of course.
Hold up, insight.
Oh no, I'm not rolling insight. I know she knows. I know
She knows you!
Yeah.
I was like, this horse thinks that there's something going on.
Penelope is just double face palming again. Just ugh.
Yeah. she's kind of gonna whisper, like, don't worry, she's cool about and motion at her ears.
So,
Time to leave.
In the case of this one, she probably wouldn't have figured it out if you didn't give her a sheet of paper associating your name with this.
Yeah.
triple facepalm. Penelope doesn't have 3 hands, but if she could, she
And it's
would.
just-
That's what Mage Hand is for.
Alright, so I'm gonna learn Mage Hand just so I can triple facepalm.
It's a respectable cantrip.
It is indeed.
So were you rolling triple horse insight or something?
Oh yes, let me.
Triple horse sight. There's the episode title.
17.
That's a
Does
lot.
he know that she knows?
You get the impression that this this blonde girl seems to be aware of more than she's saying.
Oh, he's skedaddling, skedoodling.
Also, she seems incredibly confident, and just from general proximity to her, you get the impression that she spends a lot of money on smelling good.
Ooh, yeah, he probably would have, taken a whiff.
I mean,
Like horse things,
As
gotta
you do.
blend in. Yeah,
Just horse things.
just horse things. He was like, oh, what a nice, fragrant, flowery smell. The druids would love her.
yeah.
As they're riding off, Penelope's just gonna sigh and just lean her head on the back of Vivi's back and just be like, I think I need to come up with a new disguise.
I don't know. It seems to work pretty well until we start telling people stuff.
That's the problem. We keep telling people stuff.
Well, there is that.
You are bad at code names.
I think Lord El-Melloi is just very perceptive and, well, Luvia just knows.
Ugh.
And you do keep saying that you're Heather's sister.
I mean, yeah.
I'm admittedly not the most low profile.
I mean, you're not wrong. Ugh.
And Doc is just gestures toward her ears.
Ugh.
So, I believe you guys said earlier when we ran into each other on the street that there's going to be something of an event in a few nights.
On Wednesday.
On Wednesday, because today's Monday.
Yeah.
Are you going to be pretty open about that? Because I can spread the rumors.
I mean, spread the rumors. Go for it.
But I would really
Well,
hate to be spreading the rumors with that name and then you show up trying to be someone else. That would kind of kill the point.
But I mean, I can show up trying to be someone else and then go hide somewhere and change.
Are you going to gem in the holograms? Wait, it's
Yeah.
2005. Are you going to Hannah Montana?
I was just about to say that.
We're gonna Hannah Montana this shit.
Okay. I'll spread the rumors.
Yeah, you can tell them that Jan Saxcoat knows Penelope.
Oh, that's going to do so much for your reputation.
What,
Certainly
for
worked
Jan-
out for Heather Saxcoat.
Yeah. Jan Saxcoat may have been dropping some CDs around the place.
It's true.
Dropping.
May have slipped one into the coat of somebody a minute ago.
Oh, she's interesting, isn't she?
She is.
And Annis can hear the psychic message from her bird. Familiar face.
Yeah, so Hemlock has either met her or seen her face before. Very familiar face, old face, keep saying.
Huh.
But she looks young. I think he means I don't know. I don't know what he means.
Yeah, maybe he's just seen her somewhere before.
Long time.
Like he saw her a long time ago, maybe. I can't understand bird. So I don't know why I just responded to that. But
Does Ennis know how old Hemlock is?
You've never asked.
Hemlock, how old are you?
Barry?
How many winters have you lived through?
Manny?
How long ago did you see her?
It seems to take a little bit of thinking on Hemlock's part, because we're now asking Hemlock to comprehend math.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Hemlock, let's roll for math.
I feel Hemlock right now.
Oh, buddy.
Let's see here. I mean, Hemlock's not, that bad at math, surprisingly. Can you see Hemlock's rolls?
I can't. Not when you roll them.
Oh, weird. I wasn't sure if you could or not. I wonder if I can change that. I'll learn how to do it later. Anyway, yeah, so Hemlock pauses for a moment. And then after a little bit goes, Knights and Fairies.
Knights and fairies. She didn't look that old. Maybe she's immortal. Heather, do you know anything about her? Oh, and I assume we're not having this conversation literally right outside the door.
It's up to you. Like, this is the abstraction for the rest of the building, because I didn't want to make the entire thing. But yeah, you can have this conversation wherever you want to, because like you had an encounter with Luvia. After that, you can go wherever for the rest of it.
Well, we're not having this conversation literally right outside the door.
That's fair.
Yeah, I figured we were starting to head back towards the shop.
I was
Sure.
just about to say, yeah.
Yeah, so you're on your way back. You can have this conversation while you're taking the little mage fast track through London. The little walkway that no one else seems to notice is free. So as you're making your way through and you're having this conversation, Hither responds back. I don't know too much about her. She's actually the weird one. She's been following him around for a while, but no one really knows where she came from. Obviously, they call her Gray, and some of the guys seem to have a crush on her, but she's all very reclusive, and she keeps her hood up, and she spends a lot of time in the graveyard.
What now?
Yeah, the hood. It's like all the time.
That last part.
Oh, the graveyard? Yeah, she spends a lot of time in the graveyard.
Well,
I mean, goth kids do that, I guess.
Yeah, she's pretty goth kid.
I mean, she and El-Melloi, but she knew right away that he was in a Hemlock.
True.
He says he's seen her. She's got a familiar face, an old face that he saw during the time of Knights and Fairies. Also, he's very old.
How old?
Knights and Fairies. Like Arthurian legend. Like,
Oh,
as old as your lady, probably.
damn, Hemlock, you look good.
And Anna's head, you can hear, I know.
I'm trying.
He says he knows.
What a
Trying to get
smug ass little bird. It's okay, he deserves it. Damn. But she can't be that old.
Maybe
I mean,
she's
maybe
immortal.
she is.
Maybe she's a vampire.
Maybe
Probably
she's
not.
a fairy.
But I don't think she'd be able to exist on this side of the world easily.
Maybe she is using Lord El-Melloi's mana. I don't know.
I doubt it. He doesn't have a lot of that.
But,
He's pretty bad at magecraft.
Well, he says he knows someone that be fairies.
yeah.
He did seem interested in the idea of contacting Avalon.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm supposed to let him know about that.
Avalon specifically.
Probably related to her. That would make sense.
Yeah, the lady
she
probably
didn't-
knows something, honestly.
She's not a druid, and she's not a phantasmal, so it's not like she's a druid elf and can live forever, basically.
Maybe she's a ghost.
I don't think she's a ghost.
Maybe she's a heroic spirit.
But where would she be getting the mana from?
I don't know. Maybe she's just a person who looks like somebody that Hemlock used to know.
I mean,
she could be related to somebody he knew.
Yeah, maybe her great, etc. grandmother or grandfather. I don't know. Maybe she's from a line of people that all just kind of look. Maybe she's like a Covial.
Homunculus?
I was trying real hard.
Yeah, you know what? You know how I am. My foot goes in my mouth all the time.
And then
not like that,
yeah.
But
I mean, not in the like, well, not like a Covial, like all of a Covial's siblings. Maybe she's a clone of a clone of a clone of a clone of.
That sure is a whole lot. Maybe she's just got one of those faces that appears all over the world in completely unconnected ways.
Yeah, maybe.
We know some interesting people.
I'm gonna be that person. What are we doing for dinner?
I can.
Well, you see, I gotta.
What's up, Aiden?
I gotta head back tonight, and then we can meet again in the morning.
Head back,
like Sherwood.
It's like half a day's. You know, that was me going at like a leisurely pace. I had a whole ass back.
How far Sherwood from
here? What was it like? Half? It was like a morning's clop over.
It's a bit of a distance.
Humans.
Because we said that I'd gotten there like it only took to like what noon. It wasn't that long for the morning. But he also covers a lot of ground, even not going super fast.
Yeah, so it's like 150 miles.
Well, you see, I might have mentioned it earlier, but I'm not supposed to be here right now. And like, I can, you know, believably say I've been out all day. But if I stay out like overnight, that's where things get a little tricky.
Who are you gonna get in trouble with?
The elder.
The elder what?
And my mom and everybody.
Is your mom a centaur?
No, she's just the priestess. Totally, you know, like you know, tribe, like all your other tribes in Sherwood.
I don't know actually.
Oh, you're not. Oh, it's only only Annis is.
Yeah, no, I've never been to Sherwood.
Well,
were you born here?
What?
Where were you born?
Yes.
Yes?
I was born.
I guess in this place called London?
No, not really. In England, kind of.
Ah, yeah, no, yeah. Well, you see, Annis, you should know that some tribes can be, really strict. And,
Yeah,
yeah, no, they don't know I'm here.
that's a problem.
That's a big problem.
You'd probably better get going then.
I can meet back in the morning.
If you're sure that you won't get in trouble.
It's not the first time it's the first time I've ever come this far, but I'm pretty sure I can make it back again. It's just if I stay out overnight, I think they may know. Meeting spots for tomorrow. Should I meet you all back at your shop, or is there somewhere else that we need to be?
The shop.
Shop.
Yeah.
Okay, shop.
Yeah,
Okay.
the shop's
Where
a
will
good
we?
idea.
Okay. Yeah, I was gonna do the whole like, hey, find a cart, follow them out. I think I might just have to run on this one.
Well, take care getting out of London. At least.
Do they have teleport circles there, Annis? Or Market?
Do they? In Sherwood?
They've got druid circles. Yeah, that was what that whole fiasco with that map was about.
Mm-hmm. Druid circles, but not teleport circles.
Yeah, like they're similar enough for the purposes of the spell. It's more a matter of like you can only really go to one that you know about.
Yeah. Well, we do, but
I could try to drop you off, but you might end up in a weird place with some guy whose furniture attacks you.
Don't you have to have been? I mean, at least for us, you have to have been there first. Go there.
Oh yeah, I would just be getting you closer. It's more just for like future reference.
Oh, that's true.
I mean, if you want to drop me close, I will not say no. I should be able to orient myself from there. If not, I will absolutely make a mad dash.
I can get you to Manchester. Like no context of how close that is or isn't.
He probably doesn't know what that is.
Oh, it's closer than here, but you'd have to go east instead of north.
East instead of north, like just straight shot.
Yeah, close enough.
Mm-mm.
There will be signs. It's for tourists. I don't know. I've never been to your place. I don't know where it is. Is that right, Annis? Is it roughly where people think Sherwood is?
Oh yeah, it is.
Yeah, then yeah, I could get you there, and then you'd be a lot closer.
Oh, okay. I mean, if you said there's signs, that point the right direction, then yeah, okay.
All right, then cool. Yeah. Anybody else want to go? You good? I guess you're going to be going in a few days anyway, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going in a few days. I've got to be here for the thing on Wednesday.
Right, that makes sense. Okay, I'll be right back. Hopefully. All right.
If anything changes, Jan can get in contact with you.
You don't have a phone, right?
No, actually, I do not.
Okay.
She can still get in contact with you.
Yeah, Jan, if you don't hear from us in like 20 minutes, maybe send me a message or something.
Okay, I can do that.
All right.
Teleportation.
Wow.
Wow.
It all goes haywire.
No, we rolled low. You want to roll low on this one. It's just funny.
Oh, okay.
She rolled a 9 on a D100.
Oh, thank goodness.
You want to roll low on this one. I was more amazed by the fact that had this been like a channel divinity type thing, that's the kind of roll that summons a god. So it's just funny. But yeah, so she teleports you, and you find yourself in a relatively untraveled field in the region of Manchester. And looking down below your hooves, you can see that there's actually an orientation of stones on the ground that seem to be filling out a circle. And there's a big old circle of mushrooms around that. It's really funny. These people are superstitious enough that they won't mess with things if you leave mushrooms around them.
So
they think it's a fairy thing. It's pretty funny.
Oh, I mean, they're not entirely wrong. I mean, like fairy circles.
No, they're not entirely wrong. It's just this one happens to actually just be mushrooms. But it keeps people away from my circle, so you know.
Oh yeah, that's fair. Yeah, thanks for the circle travel. It's really handy. It actually cuts down my time by like a lot.
A lot.
A lot.
Yeah.
Which makes it a lot more believable. Thank you so much. I owe you one.
Yeah.
Do you like shiny things?
How big of a difference is that? Since my geography is shit.
No, trust me. I fucking.
It's a lot closer. I know that much. Yeah, it's a fair bit closer. At your horse speeds, you're gonna cover that in like nothing. So
I can lie through my booty and say, oh, just in the woods as usual, totally exploring, not hanging out with that one friend you don't like.
If you were to walk it, it is a 47-hour walk from London to Sherwood.
yeah.
I gotta convert his like feet into miles per hour.
Versus 20 hours from Manchester.
Yeah, your time was cut in half, but
hey,
thankfully you're moving at ridiculous horse speeds. So
yeah, let's see. By car, that's an hour and 46 minutes.
I mean, you moving at 50 feet every 10 seconds, or it's 100 feet, I guess, every 10 seconds. You can keep up with cars. I think that's reasonable.
hey.
Like, you specifically are built for long distance travel. Another player character, I would make like roll a bunch of like constitution checks and stuff, but you're actually built for this. So, and you have feats in it.
Till I'm built for it even more, because that is the end goal.
So much. Just get some levels in like barbarian to go even further.
Oh my god, I want that one fucking that one item we looked at. Like eventually, I'll be like, yes.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
There's a lot going on there.
So yeah, he will thank who transported him?
That was me.
That was Vivi, who after
Vivi?
she makes sure that you're out and you're oriented, she pulls out her phone to get a sense GPS wise of where you're at. She determines a direction and she points that way. That way.
Oh, thanks. Those are really neat. It's like a little like compass.
Yeah, it's like a compass that can annoy you.
Block shaped. Yeah.
Like a compass that can annoy you.
That is accurate.
Yep.
But yeah, so she points you off in the right direction and then she waits a moment to make sure that you're okay.
He waves to her through his mouth. Or like he'll kind of pull up his hood just a little bit to like wave to her.
She is tiny and she is waving back at you, and then you get to see her magically disappear.
Oh, cool.
Unfortunately, she has to go through TSA in London again, but by this point in time, it's really going to be a matter of like just running through because she's already in her costume and has identity and whatever, and she knows the guy,
Hey.
so she'll be fine.
Excellent.
So that sure is a convenient thing your friend can do. Maybe she can give me a ride back so that I don't have to sit on an airplane for a while.
Wait, huh?
To America?
Whenever I go back to America, yeah. Not really in a hurry, just like someday, even if I'm just visiting family or something. It's hard to get through TSA with horns.
I mean, that's fair.
They kind of x-ray us now. It's a bit harder.
Ugh.
How did you get here in the first place?
Bribery.
Huh.
Yeah, I mean,
it's still capitalism.
you can typically bribe a TSA or airport agent pretty easily.
Yeah, it's just a lot of work. You got to get the right one. If you get one of the ones who's all uppity and Murica, then they might try to arrest you.
Yeah. I've almost been arrested 3 times. Last year. We're not going to talk about before that.
I don't know if I should be impressed or not.
Let's go with impressed so I don't feel bad about it.
You're very impressive.
Thank you.
Jan?
Yeah, Jan Sax's code is definitely very impressive at slipping past security.
Yeah.
In airports. Legally.
You guys think those harvesters are going to be okay?
I hope not.
I
mean, like, from what you told me before, it sounded like some of them got arrested and then they got out again, but the second time around, it sounded like they got arrested by the association, so, like, they might just be dead.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to them the second. I mean, the one turned into a cow.
That was pretty funny.
He was my favorite. And by favorite, I mean the favorite to beat up. I like beating him up.
I think one of them escaped.
Oh, no, more than one.
Didn't one of them shoot you?
Yeah, one of them shot Annis.
Not my favorite.
That's fair. But yes, you successfully get back to the shop. Nothing ambushes you.
Yay! No spider horse.
No spider horses. We have a limit of 1 per day. But yeah, you safely get back to the shop and nothing is on fire. Nothing seems horrible. You will successfully be able to settle in for the evening and enjoy dinner. And then in the tomorrow timeline, it will be Tuesday. And Tuesday will be the day that you can, I guess, meet up with Luvia or go to archaeology or go bother Richard or do whatever strikes you as fun.
Woohoo! Yay!
Also, when you get back, I will note that Derek is there because he's swapped shifts with Beach for watching the thing. Derek just missed your horse friend.
Oh, man.
Aww.
He's never gonna believe us.
Derek, you just missed
And
a
that's
horse.
what makes it all better.
We met a himbo, horse, centaur man.
Wait, you took a picture. He could totally believe you.
Wait, you met a himbo horseman?
Did the word himbo even exist in 2005?
Probably not.
I mean, you might have just coined it. Is that like a He-Man bimbo?
You know, it is now.
All right. That's interesting.
He just had so many abs.
Like, wait, how many abs? How many abs?
A lot of abs.
Like 6?
I mean,
more?
Definitely 6.
At least 6.
Possibly 8.
Whoa.
Wouldn't be shocked if there were 10.
Might have had 2 sets of abs, like the stomach abs and then the second
Yeah,
set
he
of...
may have had like stomach abs and then like supporting abs.
Because he
had, redundant abs or like
no, he had
supplemental abs?
Well, he had like a horse belly, but also like a human stomach.
So like bonus abs.
So he had like abs and then more abs.
Oh my god, he's got a 12-pack.
Honestly, I think you could take him in an arm wrestling match.
I mean, I don't know. How tall is he?
Really? Taller than me, but that's...
Taller than... Very, very tall.
Shit, I might need a stool.
Yeah, you're gonna have to fight him for Annis's affection.
That sounds like I don't think Annis is that fickle.
No, we're not doing the... no fighting.
I mean... Well, you said he was a centaur?
No, I'm joking.
You said he was a centaur.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, like, 2/3 horse.
Yeah, roughly. I mean, it's like half-ish horse. I mean, I guess 2/3 horse.
Oh, man.
If you're talking proportionally.
Was he wearing, like, pants?
No.
Whoa.
Actually, unless you count the horse disguise, he was naked.
Whoa. That's...
I mean, Derek, why don't you run around without a shirt? I'm sure that would help out a lot. Annis could then see your 12 abs.
She has seen my 12 abs.
Is it true? Does he have 12 abs?
I'm not going to confirm or deny anything. We also met an ancient vampire dead apostle magic man.
What?
And an instructor in Clock Tower that immediately saw through all of our disguises.
Yeah, but wait, you saw like a vampire?
Yeah.
Wasn't it daytime?
Yeah.
Shit.
Okay, go on there.
That's either a really strong vampire or a really sparkly vampire. I don't know which is worse.
The
Okay.
Centaur made friends with him.
Oh, well, you do that. You tend to make friends with people. That's good. That's good.
Centaur made friends with a lot of people.
You know, Derek and Aiden are gonna get along really well.
You know who I want to see arm wrestle? Luvia and Derek.
Oh my god, yes.
What's
you
a
don't
Luvia?
even know. You don't even know Luvia. She is something else.
Okay, but I would still pay money to.
Well, she'll be here tomorrow at some point.
Okay, we have to convince her to arm wrestle while she's here.
Yes, but also I want to talk to her about her grandmother.
All right.
Oh.
But I also want to arm wrestle.
I guess I'll try to swap. Well, I mean, I had day shift today. I think one of them can take day shift tomorrow. It's only fair. You know how boring it is hanging out in Fletcher's basement for like half a day? It's worse when it's all day.
Very, yeah.
Hey, Buck!
Oh, yes, yes?
Can you take day shift tomorrow?
Yes. As long as I get night shift, or as long as I don't have night shift on Wednesday, I've got a show to see.
I mean, yeah, don't worry.
Then sure, I'll do day shift tomorrow. That's no problem.
I wonder if we can convince El-Melloi and Gray to come to your concert.
I mean, I tried.
I did math, everybody.
Oh my god.
I think I did it correctly.
I would practically say there was an invite in the CD case that I slipped to Gray.
You can say that. That's fine.
Okay, that's what I'm. Yeah, I might have. So I kind of slipped a CD to Gray. And there was an invitation in it.
I didn't even see you do that.
Wow. Yeah, I'm just that good. Thank you. Oh god, I'm taking off the wig at this point. Just. Ugh.
Oh yeah, human disguise totally off.
Because I figured we're back in the shop, considering I was just like, back!
Oh yeah, no, we were at the shop.
Yeah.
Yeah, so since you've been wearing that thing for a while, you started getting the wig line.
Oh no. Ugh. Hate wig hair.
So, what do you want for dinner?
Food.
Anything more specific?
Surprise me. And then while Annis is cooking dinner, I want to.
Vivi come with us?
She's teleporting.
She teleported. She teleported back into TSA, but she is on her way to you. It's just gonna take her a little bit longer.
Gotcha. I don't know. Is Vivi coming to dinner? What would she like? Do you know?
Let me find out. She's gonna text Vivi and be like, "Hey, Annis is making dinner. What would you like?"
Because I'd been planning a vegetarian type meal because I thought Aiden would be joining, but
no, he did tell you last time though that he's not a vegetarian. He does actually eat meat.
I had been planning on eating a vegetarian. The concept of feeding a horse meat is just no.
No.
But it was going to be like carrots and apples and more carrots and more apples.
I mean, you could still do that, but
That could be breakfast.
Yeah, so Vivi, after her double teleport, replies to your text message and says, sure, I'm happy to be there. In terms of food, I am happy with whatever the host wants to provide. Hospitality is important.
Cool. She says she's cool with whatever.
Stew. We're having stew then.
Okay. And then, while Annis is cooking, Penelope wants to pull Johnny aside to talk to her about earlier. We can do that another time, but...
Yeah, we can do that later. I imagine we're probably at the wrap-up point right now. So, we made it to the end of the day. It was a long and eventful day.
But not as long as some days.
If we want to go ahead and do that part, we can. But...
I mean, I don't mind doing it. I just know that it's sort of Is this a thing that you would want to do in front of the other characters, or is this something that's more secrety?
More secrety. I was gonna pull her aside.
Oh, ask about the dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can do that. That shouldn't be too long. Yeah, what's up?
Okay, so earlier you were asking about breaking a contract?
Oh, right. Yeah. So in general, that's one of those things where like you make a deal with somebody because you're like, "Oh, this will be cool. Maybe I'll, get a better deal than I'm getting at everything else. Maybe get a little bit more involved in the world, see more things." The more I'm learning about how these dead apostle types work, the less comfortable I am with it.
Right.
Like, because when you were recapping that stuff from when you met the lady in the maze at the mansion, I'm operating on the assumption that like you guys have more or less shared all of that information enough times that I can assume that at least one of them she was paying attention. Right. So she said that thing about how a lot of the dead apostles just take all of their responsibilities and shove them out and make a new person.
Yeah.
And that means what's left is irresponsible.
Yeah.
I don't know if the guy that I made a deal with is the responsible half or the irresponsible half. And that makes me a little bit nervous on account of him, having such control over my life.
That's fair.
In a weird way, I would almost be more comfortable if it was an actual devil, because they at least tend to have rules that they stick to.
Tend to be a little more clear on what they want.
Yeah, I think this one might just be in a lot of this for the comedy and the entertainment, and like that's cool, but a little bit more nervous because if he's in it for the entertainment and he's doesn't have any sense of responsibility, then I'm in a real bad place because that's not good. But if he is the part that was, spit out with entertainment, or if he never did that splitty up thing in the first place, then maybe not so bad. I don't know. I'm just exploring my options. That was kind of why I was sort of alluding to you before about how you got to be careful with making deals with people unless you understand exactly what they want from you.
Yeah.
You still thinking about that lady?
I mean, yeah.
She seemed really nice from what I saw of her.
Yeah. I mean, it hasn't steered me wrong up until now, so.
It's a little weird how she got that tree person to jump through a portal and then nearly die, though.
Yeah.
She didn't seem all that choked up about it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's something I've just considered. It's like you said, it's something I considered as an option.
Right.
But I also know that I shouldn't jump into this without actually. It's something I shouldn't jump into lightly.
Well, if it's anything like what I went into, there's probably going to be some strings attached, and you just have to make sure that you're okay with them.
That's.
What?
Sorry, it was funny because it's, strings attached.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, dumb joke.
No, I wanted to make sure that I heard you right. That was all.
Yeah.
You just got to be careful with that because, like, for instance, when I signed on, I didn't really know what to expect. So he told me that I just need to, always do my best and try to come out on top. And so I thought that was enough. But apparently when he thinks I could do better, he takes things away from me.
That's some bad news.
Yeah.
Well, that and it's like, and if you do win on Wednesday, like what, like I assume you're getting the fiddle back, which is fine. But like, what's he gonna make you do after that?
It's sort of a weird thing. He doesn't really ask me to do stuff very often.
Right.
I think originally he liked the idea that he could take that song and like make it more real. Like, that just seems to entertain him, and that's kind of why I'm nervous now. Like, at the time, I thought it was just being quirky weird, but if he's really that kind of guy, and he maybe doesn't have any responsibility, then, like, what other song would he want to make more real? Like, I'm pretty sure he made that deal with Joe just to make that song real, so I don't know, there's a lot.
Yeah, that's... Well, if you did... He was saying something about you probably need a lawyer.
Yeah, I'm not going to go with, like, a lawyer that's loyal to him, obviously, if I come to that. I think it's just one of those things where if I want to get out, I have to find something else that he wants more and maybe make some kind of negotiation, but he's a weird fellow. He's very eccentric. He seems to enjoy playing this big game against, as far as I can tell, other business owners. You know, it's very, very pawns of capitalism kind of thing.
Right.
But it seems like as long as I'm hanging out with your lot, we're going to run into more interesting and bigger people, so...
Yeah.
At the very least, it's good to know other people out here.
True. You can always sign a contract with Jameson.
Yeah, I suppose. I don't know. He seemed pretty weirded out by the whole thing.
Yeah.
Now, how's he doing, by the way? Have you heard from him lately?
You know, not recently. That's actually kind of weird.
I mean, I know he was traveling back separate and all, but...
Yeah.
And, like, to credit, like, he did send you a message when he got there. Like, he did get back okay.
Yeah,
you just haven't heard from him, like, today.
Yeah. Yeah, I hadn't heard from him today. But, I mean, he did make it back to Oxford okay.
Well, that's good. Maybe he just is getting some rest himself. He seemed to have been pulled along for a whole lot lately.
Yeah. Poor guy. I probably should give him another raise. I don't know what... I honestly don't know what he should be making right now. But it's not enough.
I think the general concept of money gets a bit fuzzy once you get into the world of do the cool magecrafty, magic-y stuff.
Yeah.
Do you think he's doing it for the money? Because it seems like there's probably a safer way to get money than this.
I don't think he is at this point.
How'd you meet him?
I mean, so it's basically, I used to do these little, like, pop-up concerts before I actually started, like, playing music professionally. And, I kept seeing, basically, it was him, but, I kept seeing this guy popping up out of nowhere watching the concert, and it was freaking me out, because I'm like, oh my god, who is this person? Why are they following me? And then he just comes up and he's like, hey, I like your music. Here's my card. And next thing you know.
Wow, that's weird.
Yeah.
It sounds a little bit like the stuff that I ran into, but like you got a nicer person.
Yeah, I try not to think too hard about it. He's kept me out of trouble, so I'm not too stressed about it.
Well, as long as you're not worried about it, I won't worry about it either.
But, like, internally, Penelope's like, oh god, I need to read my contract with Jameson. Fuck. Okay.
So you said he gets you out of trouble?
I don't know if he gets me out of trouble, but, like, you'd think with the way that I am, I would have gotten in more trouble and run into more things like the church, or more things like the harvesters, and more things like, people from the Mages Association who don't exactly like Phantasmal.
Wow, yeah.
Like that. And I haven't run into, the past month aside, like, I haven't run into as much in the last few years.
How do you suppose he keeps those things away from you?
I don't know.
That's
'Cause
weird.
he didn't, supposedly doesn't know much about, well, this kind of world. He's honestly seemed genuinely shocked whenever he learned something new. I kind of had my suspicions for a while that he was from the Mages Association, but I don't know.
That'd be a pretty weird spot for him on kind of what he helps you do.
Right?
Doesn't sound like the association or the church. And if he's a harvester, wow, is he playing the long game?
Lord, oh God, I hope that's not right. Oh no.
I don't know why he would do that. I imagine he's probably had his chances if he was just looking for a halfling.
Watch him be like the lead harvester. Oh no.
I mean, from what I could tell around him, he just seemed like a normal guy.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I just have absurd luck.
Could be. You could. I mean, you do seem to be very lucky. As far as I can tell, things seem to go well around you.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's all. That was all my deal was. I'm glad you got a better manager than I did.
Well, if you ever do need to hatch an escape plan, so to speak, let me know.
I'll see what I can do. And then, yeah, if I see him in a little bit too deep, I mean, at the very least, I don't know. It sounds like Annis's uncle's friend is a lawyer, so maybe that's somebody I could talk to too.
Yeah. Oh. Okay, I have one other thing I wanted to ask about.
Yeah?
Okay. Do you remember when we were playing Truth or Dare the other night?
Oh, yeah.
Wait, was that last night?
It was 2 nights ago. Because that was Saturday night.
Yeah. Okay, but yeah, do you remember any of that?
Like the game?
Yeah.
I mean, I remember most of us ended up wearing really funny clothes by the end of it.
Yeah.
I remember Derek sulking in the corner.
That was a good time. Okay, this is kind of a silly question. You said you had a crush on somebody in the room. Who was it?
Was that in the room?
Yeah. Or maybe it wasn't. No, I don't remember. But yeah, you said you had a crush on somebody. Who is it?
Oh, that's just a secret.
Ah, damn it.
You have to wait for another Truth or Dare and ask it proper.
Or you make a bet and have a showdown.
Okay, yeah, you know what?
Bum, bum, bum.
Okay, if I win on Wednesday, you have to tell me.
Oh, are we doing a wager?
I thought we were anyway.
I mean another wager. I mean, like, there's the big wager, obviously. Like, every time we have anything like that, it's going to be a wager. Yeah, we could try something like that.
Bonus wager.
Okay. Sure. If you win, I will tell you who I have a crush on.
Uh-huh.
And what do I get if I win, other than a fiddle?
What do you want?
She seems to be thinking about it for a bit.
We can trade information for information.
How's about if I win, then later on we get to have an on-the-spot Truth or Dare thing. I'll ask you Truth or Dare, and you have to do it.
Okay.
All right, that should be fun.
Okay, that works.
Actually, let's make that both ways. That way, if you call me out, then that can be your question if you want to ask it, and I'll tell you the truth. Or if you want to dare, then that could be fun too. Either way, should be more fun.
Okay.
Now there's truth or dare on the line.
Oh, snap.
Okay, but hear me out. In the middle of a boss fight. Truth or dare?
I mean,
Dare! I dare you to pants him!
that does sound like fate.
Just pants the big bad.
You can't get out of this.
Ugh.
I mean, we're joking, but that kind of is how like mage geese work. So
Oh no, 100%. I would be there for it.
Truth or dare? You have to pants Aiden.
No, there's no pants.
no. In that case, you have to go find pants for a horse and then apply pants to Aiden.
No.
Summon
I don't
pants.
think he'd appreciate those pants.
I'm sure there's a conjuration ability to create pants.
Time to have jorts.
Oh no.
An artificer could do it. An artificer could totally conjure pants.
Ugh.
You would have like Iron Man pants though.
Ugh.
Be like, all right, Kwaku, we have a mission for you.
Oh shit.
It's like, now that you finished, the fiddle and, or not the fiddle, the viola and like the golem and like the 500 other things, we need some pants for this
Man.
horse.
Kwaku hasn't seen you in like 30 episodes. Such a
We
long
miss
time
him.
ago.
Just gonna text Kwaku, we miss you! He doesn't have a phone, but we're texting him anyway.
Oh, like now I need to tell Aiden about all the extinct plants and the fact that we the whole Einsburn Castle in Germany thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's gonna be breakfast talk.
When you just casually mention to him that there are werewolves, that'll be fun too.
Oh, he's gonna be so hyped.
Oh god. It's gonna vibrate through the damn ceiling.
Absolutely.
It'll be a little harder to run back to Sherwood from Germany.
You're
I feel
eventually
like
gonna have to get
once-
over your curfew.
Yeah, no, that I figured that's gonna get taken care of once like everyone goes to Sherwood.
Probably.
That was where I was like, oh, he's gonna make his case now. After he totally doesn't bombard the druid meeting that he absolutely was totally meant to be at.
Oh.
What?
Oh, that'll be fun.
Oh, it'll be great.
As I alluded to last time, there are going to be so many accents flying around that damn meeting. Like, I actually have to practice for a D&D session just to make it vaguely coherent.
Are you gonna make me have to actually practice his accent?
You don't. I have to because there's going to be like 10 people talking and they need to sound
That's
different.
fair. That's fair.
I mean, like, at least Nora's voice I've got some experience doing. I have to do all the rest of them, including the Brooklyn accent on Annis's sister.
Oh, totally.
But not real Brooklyn. Dub Brooklyn.
No.
But we'll get to that soon enough. So yeah, we've got a bit of a lineup for what we'll be doing next, and then we'll get to Wednesday. You'll get to do your bard battle, and then
Yay.
following that, like, you'll finally get to go to Sherwood.
Yeah.
Day.
It's important that we have goals, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
In the more meta sense, though, like once you get to Sherwood, we kind of do kick into the big story. So
Yes.
then you all actually get to decide what you're doing in the Grail War, if you're going to do anything at all. Meta
Yeah.
thoughts.
Well, just one more day of having to make it back on curfew. And then the jig is up.
Oh, that'll be fun.
Oh, it'll be great.
It's a good thing you know someone who can teleport now.
Yeah, no, I was like, oh, that's going to make it a lot faster for the next time. I was doing math because I was like, okay, how many seconds are in a round in 5e? And it's 6. I was like, okay, if he goes 50 feet per 6 seconds, I was assuming it's per 6 seconds per round.
I mean,
was
you
like,
could dash to make it 100 feet.
Yeah, which is what I did. So he can cover 1,000 feet per minute. And for a mile, like just 1 mile, that's 5 minutes in a mile. Now for 100 miles, that's like 8 hours and 48 minutes.
Yeah. we're kind of operating on the assumption that you occasionally sneak onto trucks and stuff.
Oh, absolutely.
You know,
Or
the
like
sneaky
the trains,
horse.
like in those movies where it's just like the one door is open, and people like
I mean,
free
it's
ride.
weird, but like literally with your horseshoes, you can walk up and stick to a train.
Yeah,
You're
and
just an incredibly fast-moving horse.
that's how I hitch my rides. There's a sideway horse on that train, and the little kid that sees is like, "Mommy, mommy, look!" And he just hops to the other side, and the kid looks like he's goddamn crazy.
And that kid is William Shatner.
No.
But yeah, so we hit the 4-hour marker apparently, so we're gonna be done.
Oh shit!
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Fuck.
But yeah, that was fun. We covered a lot. You got more Lord El-Melloi. You didn't have to fight Gray, which is good because she has good stats. It was unlikely, but I had to build stats for everybody.
Hey.
There's still time if you fight Luvia. That's up to you for like the next session. But
No, we like her.
Oh, Annis will not be fighting Luvia.
oh no, people that like Luvia end up fighting Luvia all the time. She's competitive.
That's fair.
She's gonna arm wrestle.
She would definitely arm wrestle.
That's the new fight.
She's
gonna be
pretty
Ida
good
and
at
Luvia.
it.
Just
I mean, like, you got some good strength.
yeah, she's probably gonna whoop his ass.
I mean, she's got proficiency on her side.
Oh shit! Yeah, that'll do it.
Look at Luvia's stats just to remind myself. She definitely has more strength than you. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah, she's got more strength than you. She has a higher strength than the entire party.
I'm just saying, he will be so impressed that she's just like secretly shredded under there. I like, what's your max lift? Like, I gotta know.
Oh man, yeah. There's so in her character in Fate Granddaughter, is super ripped. Because they made her Astraea, and she's an incredibly muscular like demi servant. It's kind of ridiculous. There you go for the chat. And anyone watching on YouTube, go Google it. I don't know.
Okay, but I'm just, he would be here for that, like 100%.
Like, Luvia is made of muscles and hair. Yep.
Damn.
She's a ruler class servant.
Stage 3 outfit is baller.
Yeah. When you get a moment, do a YouTube search for her Noble Phantasm. It's pretty great.
Okay, but I actually I adore this design.
It's pretty fun. But yeah, so I don't know when our next session will be. Presumably it'll be next week because we tend to do these things weekly. So if anyone's listening in for the first time, follow us on Twitch. Like, I don't expect people to subscribe and spend money or anything, but follow to know when we're doing stuff. That's really all I ask, because then you might actually get a chance to watch it, or just go to YouTube where we post them all anyway. Yeah.
Hoot, hoot, hoot.
Like, I'm not here to ask people for money because we're not doing it for that, but
Nope.
there are tools in place to know when we're doing stuff if you wish to.
Yeah.
They don't cost money, so have fun. So that'll be that. We'll get back next week and pick up. So yay! Good night, Internet.
Yay! Good night.
Internet.
Thank you.
Woo!